I think part of being the greatest has something to do with being the inspiration for the next wave. Michael Jordan inspiring LeBron James, Montana preceding Brady, that kind of thing. The person who has been there, done that, gotten that, and until that person is beaten, the next wave can never truly start.
Oh, let's go! Oh! Let's go! World's first on right.
I did it! Holy crap! No good shit! I did not just do that!
To be the greatest doesn't simply mean that a player is very skilled. Being great reflects the impact that a player had on the game. That'll be remembered for generations to come.
Yes! Oh my god, yes! Yes!
Yeah, that should be it. Hold on. Slate.
Record.
Let's go! Let's fucking go! Someone kick that in!
To be the greatest is to hold yourself to the standard of competing and succeeding no matter the obstacle.
Through all the frustration, anger, laughter, practice, and everything else, you didn't give up. It takes a lot of brain, passion, and willpower to be able to successfully execute a spot in the top 100, and these people have done just that.
Okay, come on, let's go, let's record, let's fucking go. Yeah. That was a 44 Oracle start.
Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
So upset. I got Genesis Chain! Let's go!
It's opening! It's open! It's open!
Oh my god!
Welcome all to the 100 greatest Destiny Raiders of all time. My name is Sirmia78. I'll be joined shortly by my co-hosts Allinwell and the God of Mice to discuss the Destiny players who best exemplified raiding greatness. This project has been a year in the making and we are very excited to release it to you today. So, with that being said, we're going to be kicking this off to our very first segment, the greatest well-rounded Destiny Raiders of all time. It's safe to say well over half of the players that consider themselves raiders specialize in a single raid, but a select few can be called outstanding players in 3 or 4 of the Destiny 1 raids, and this is what this segment will represent. So let's honor our first member in the top 100 greatest raiders of all time. Cruelty IT, the original GOAT of the game. Cruelty achieved just about every world record in the game for several years until he retired in 2018.
We might have gone there.
Yo,
we got.
He could play every position, every class, and held the top speed rank longer than anyone else did.
Yes!
Let's fucking go.
Yes, dude.
Oh my god.
This dude is one of the best to ever do it. Wall, let's go to you to start off the well-rounded segment.
We all looked up to Cruelty, and he was good for the area he played in, and he was pretty funny. But it's really interesting to look at his gameplay that everybody looked up to a lot back in the day, and just see how much the game's changed.
Cruelty is a very early example of kind of the runner who was there for every single record for an entire era, and that kind of shows how his speed rank of 1 hour 8 minutes was way ahead of his time. That would eventually be beaten by Wacus Flockus, and it was only done so after kind of years of development and strategies, because it was like Cruelty was just the greatest for his time. His accolades and times, certainly, yeah, they haven't aged as great because of the era they happened in. No record from 2016 is going to be viewed at nearly in the same light as a record from even like 2019. just because of how much the game has evolved and stuff like that. Like, they would say, we've basically time-locked this raid, but it's like they're doing the glitchless version of it because they didn't know about breaching. They didn't know about IRB, PDR. Like, all of the modern stuff was not really available to them. You know, some of them do stand the test of time. Like, it's entirely possible that Cruelty does have the most career world records because of minor categories that have been run enough, as well as unrecorded records and ties that have happened. It's impossible to tell now because of the standard of recording within the game, both then and now. But there's still no argument that a top 100, a top 25, a top 50, whatever you want to make, is complete without Cruelty IT. Alongside Cruelty are a handful of pre-Destiny 2 era players, beginning with Camhxmmer 1192. Nearly unanimously voted into the 100 Greatest Raiders, Camhxmmer achieved 9 career world records, one of which alongside Senior Snubby. Snubby excels at everything raid related, from low-man challenges, solo bosses, and 6 speedrun records. Yes, the 4-letter gamertag Dark is a part of the 100 Greatest Raiders. Dark was one of the first great raiders playing since day 1 and becoming a top player in year 2. He set many hard mode records and retired in 2017 with a 1 hour 15-minute speed rank.
Camhxmmer 1192 was, I didn't know him well, but I remember a moment between him and Grandpa when, again, we looked up to these people because they were the famous YouTubers or whatever. But I remember he was running some kind of budget raft with Grandpa and some other people who were considered good, and they were all like staying behind him, and Cooper just couldn't stop running into him. And they realized that was, I guess, the way I remember it, that was when the tables were starting to turn. Like, some Breaker members were becoming themselves. I don't know.
Camhxmmer actually had a small part of assistance within the top 100. He was, I was shopping around early on for people who could help me fill in some blanks for things like record totals and, you know, all the details that get lost in the lack of recording and streams that are available now from speedrunning in this time. Camhxmmer was the guy who responded to me and was able to help out with this. I'm very thankful for it too. Helped out with a little more than he knew. Had talked about Cruelty with me, and I think he's just a really good player, especially for this time. Snubby, he did a lot of challenges rather than like solid runs, although he did hold a number of records. But he was mostly known for, like, you know, his low-man stuff, and he was pretty good at that. Again, a lot of these early guys, you're just gonna have to, you know, every single sentence ends with "for the time" because everything has changed so much. But I think part of the importance of the top 100 greatest raiders of all time is to honor those who were great relative for their time. So even though, you know, they're not the best players, if they came back today, you know, they would not hold up against the even modern level budgets in some cases, just because they'll know how to do at least basic level glitches, or glitches I put in quotations with, like, power sliding. But still incredibly important to teach the history of this. If you were to compile the entire list of the top 100 people and then, like, filter out everybody who hasn't gotten a record on all 3 characters, you're left with, besides just mostly the early era people, when things like hunters were brought into, you know, the Wrath raids and stuff like that. But, like, Dark is one of the only people to both have 3 records on 3 different classes, and as well as have records in the volume that he does. 10 records is a lot, and again, you know, the era that these happened in, like it's like a 17-minute, 18-minute, 19-minute rafts. I don't. He might not even have 17, but like it's those kind of times. 10 records is a lot regardless of era, and I think that's important to note with him. The next legend and greatest raider of all time, we introduce Z-Rear. The unanimously regarded raiding goat, Z-Rear's third all-time in career world records at a mark of nearly 30. Rear spearheaded just about every Xbox record team from late 2020 to 2022, taking on the hardest responsibilities and excelling within them. One of the most skilled, accomplished, and hardest working raiders ever to play the game, he joins us here today. So Rear, your career began kind of at the same time as the pandemic began, when we considered we consider this the golden age of Destiny speedrunning, and you were with the Fellwinter guys, you know, the Bosch, the Danger, those kind of group of people. What was it like running with them and like getting it started on your many records and path to the greatest raider in the history of the game?
We were practicing probably on and off of a Fellwinter team for about 3 months in lockdown, the first lockdown. And it wasn't just like, okay, we'll be on Friday, yeah? Like, you know how some people do now, oh, we'll be on Friday this time. Like, it was, see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. with running until 7 a.m. the next morning, and then we're waking up at 11 again. Like, that was the determination of our team to beat Sunbreaker at the time, when it was the Atomic, Kylo, and Mlot team. So
was that back when they had all four? Because that was like
that?
No. That's not. No, they had all four in like July or August or something. That was later.
Yeah, they had all four, and the thing is because of our beef with Sunbreaker. It was kind of pay, but we had beef with them.
Oh yeah.
So we was like, fuck this. We're gonna smash every single record they have. So we started off with Vogue, because I think you might have been on that team. I'm not sure.
I wasn't on the Vogue. I was on the 2358 Kings in June.
Yeah. Oh, the Tide one.
No, I wasn't on the Tide. The Tide one. This was. I think it was Atomic that told me. The 2416 was the one they tied 3 times. They got it 2415, but nobody liked it, so they never uploaded it. And then the 2358 was next, which is also not a good run.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 2339. That one lasted for God knows how long, like 2 years. It was nearing them lot. So yeah,
because nobody was running it.
Yeah, with the Vogue then. So on Vogue, we had the Fellwinter team, and this is the Sunbreaker team. This was probably the peak time in my running career, I would say. Other than the fact I wasn't number one at this time, this was probably when I say I would set my standard in stone. I was about that business. Is when we played Vogue, and I was telling Twoozy off out of all people for fucking up. Like I felt
you don't do that to Twoozy.
Yeah, we was telling Twoozy off and mocking him for fucking up that boot. So then I put probably, let me think, because the lockdown started, we said we was going to start running Vogue, and then I put 2 weeks, 16 hours a day into practicing that segment on the transition. I probably bricked in 3 months of everyday running, yeah. I think I bricked transition twice. Fucking hell, countless records on Vogue, countless. Multiple times in a night type shit until we were satisfied with a run. Sunbreaker comes along. Oh look, we found a new strat and we beat you by 10 seconds with a 1 minute time save. So it was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Because we just got the most, because I think it was the 1539 we got or the 1543 something. It's on my channel somewhere, but it was 15 something. And that run was the golden standard perfect run. And they ended up beating it by, I think, 10 seconds at that with the 10 plus slam strat. So we were so pissed off, and we quit Vogue and we got Wrath, I think 14-15 the same exact night after we got that golden standard Vogue time. So we was like, bruv, you can imagine the victory laughs in our fucking,
because you turn around and take theirs.
Yeah, we took the Wrath and then we took their Vogue in the same night, and we thought they were not touching our Vogue. And then 10 plus slam strat comes around and we were pissed. So then we kept going down and down and down and down, breaking records multiple times a night, and it slowed down at about the 2.5 month mark. The team started getting shitter. We kept swapping people in, and then I would say we got our last run was 14:55, and that was the last ever run that we ran with that team until Danger, I think, disappeared from our lives once again like a prick, like a dickhead. Actually, no, because we went to KF. That's the thing. No, we went to KF after that. Okay, so after that, then we took defeat from Sunbreaker. I think we just gave up at that point, and then we moved on to KF, and then, well, you wouldn't be surprised hearing this, another 3 months of no life in. I would say KF, oh my god, like, if I could go back to running those runs right now, I would. Like, those were probably the most consistent runs of any team to ever exist. Like, consistent with the strats back then, and you know how relics are now, sub 2s are hard for teams to get now. We were getting consistent sub 155s every single run on relics, regardless of RNG. So it was like,
even with far sixes.
With far sixes, we would probably get a 201 latest. Like
that's like insane, because I remember when I was running, the record was 155.
Like, if that's what I mean. Like, if I showed you the clips, like, I could probably send it. You could probably put in a video, like some of the old clips on Twitch of like the relics, that like just how instant the pickups were. Like, I have a couple where it was probably time locked down to the frame, like of picking it up on the frame it spawned to get in the most efficient skate to it with all the strats possible. Because I think I refined the method of swiping over the actual rock. Like, people knew it was a thing, but I think I standardized it at the start and started getting people to do it more because it was faster. I remember because I was teaching Goo how to do it when he was in 5th. So
yeah, I saw PlayStation guys do that every single record that they would get to. They go over the rock one, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's just a huge corner cut because you touch the ground.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you will see that strat starting around the time when we were running, because I implemented it and it saved a bit of time, and we were trying to find anything we could to optimize it. So that was one thing. So the relics were consistent as fuck, and then the record just kept flowing and flowing and flowing and flowing and didn't know if we wanted to upload it, because we was like, well, we could save something as mere as 2 seconds in a run, we wouldn't be happy. Like, we were perfectionists with it, and it was an obsession, a sad obsession at that. Like, and I actually, like, it wasn't just like players playing. Like, this was genuine, like, same humor. Like, we were fucking, it was like a family. It was cringe to say, but it was genuinely like a family that fell into shit. Like, we were all the same people, just different lives. And I'm sure that the Sunbreaker could have said it the same, except we're just rude people. We like mocking the people that show affection online. Like, but in the reality, we're not doing much different, to be honest. Like, because I know deep down we were all excited to get on and hear each other's voices. Like, it was so gay. It's so gay when I think about it. But I was excited, like, when we get determined, man, fucking Danger. Yeah, look at Turban, he's here.
The King's Fall Goat, Astral Toka. Formerly Takoya, currently Alantov, Astral Toka is an 11-time world record holder and has been a key part of the current 1331 Wrath of the Machine record. Toka is widely considered the greatest Kingsfall player of all time, peaking as the IRB runner for the 1952 KF record. One of the grandest guys in the game and best players to touch it, he joins us here today. What are your initial thoughts, you would say, to being introduced as one of the 100 greatest raiders of all time?
My thoughts would be, that is amazing. When I started playing this game, which my brother had introduced me to in 2014, I had never thought that I would ever get into speedrunning.
Oh, you've been playing since like pretty early on, a lot earlier than I thought you had been.
Mm-hmm. I hadn't been known for until around 2019 is when I actually started speedrunning. In 2019, I had joined Family Therapy, or 2018.
I remember that clan.
We had started doing budgets. Eventually, we had started getting into runs with Bosch, Boozy, and it wasn't until 2020 that I did a budget with Rear and Danger that I had ever been added to the team. I'd say throughout 2020 to 2021, we only ever uploaded ones when we were, I'd say, bored of running or we were hitting a mental block.
Are these like records you would upload or just like solid runs at the time?
We hadn't uploaded anything that weren't record. So all of our uploaded runs were records. 2021 to 2022 was quite uneventful for KF. It wasn't until near the end of summer until we had started running it again. I'm trying to think of when exactly we started implementing IRB into our runs, because that was the main change that allowed us to get our sub 22s.
Yeah, because it was just such a big time save, especially for the time being, because it basically gets rid of an encounter. You do pendulum skate, you go to the left, and then it's totems.
It removes literally half of ships entirely, saving nearly a minute.
Mm-hmm. So at what point in your career was it like, because you were mainly running King's Fall, certainly at the start of like getting record level speedruns, but when did you branch out? Because you've held records in 3 out of the 4 raids, so like where was your origin for that?
I'd say it'd have to be 1350 Wrath, where I did Warlock for, I do believe, Fu, Rear, Danger. I'm not too sure about the rest. But it was around that time that I had started getting recognized for general skill rather than by being a one-trick at KF. Because I had always originally played a Warlock. That was the first character I started out with. So it was the character I was also most comfortable playing as.
Really, you've never really like been a Titan main until, I guess until you started doing King's Fall records.
No, not particularly. It was always a Warlock. Sometimes I would play as a Hunter, but almost never touched my Titan.
Wow.
When I started speedrunning, I did have Gary, luckily. After the 1350 Wrath, I do believe I had also purchased a PlayStation 4 to run KF with the PS4 guys, Cam, Ghostbuster or Crabsy, Grisella. And as they were needing subs for the team, they asked me if I wanted to run Wrath and do Warlock near the for entrance up until Siege Engine, and then swap to a Titan afterward. And as for VOG, I was never on a team, but I would always end up in decent teams. Like, I never had a record until I ran the 1339 with kshiflett, but I would be in some teams from time to time, just kind of running until there was a new team that had gotten it.
Taco's my guy, honestly. Me and him, I feel like me and him are like the King's Fall duo, like the King's Fall duo. I wouldn't really run a serious King's Fall record without him. And I would kind of hope he does the same with me. I mean, he kind of runs whatever, but he taught me Hunter, got me to be one of, if not the best hunter. He knew everything about King's Fall, taught me everything I know about King's Fall. Me and him would talk for hours on different strats. I would never really see him brick. I mean, there was one point in time where he was kind of bricking relics a little bit.
Yeah, definitely early into his IRB role, he was playing it a little aggressive.
Yeah, he had some rough patches when it came to skill, but like as a whole, he was a very, very, very good King's Fall player. I did a couple Wraths with him. Like the first time he got on Wrath, we got it like first try as a Warlock. He wasn't that good at Crota, but in terms of VOG, like that guy picked up VOG pretty much instantly. Really good at overroll, could really do whatever he wanted. He was kind of, a lot of people compare me to him and him to me in terms of like, if we wanted to pick something up, we could. Like me and him, if we wanted to learn a role, we definitely could. People say that like I'm pretty much the the recent version of Taco. But yeah, he's a cool guy. I like him a lot.
Astral Toka is another one of those people that for a while just lived Destiny. And I would say that in an insulting way. Like, I remember when Taco started playing, and I felt like he was a new player and like not very good or interesting. No offense to him. When I first met him, it was in some random ass King's Fall. We were not speedrunning, and I just noticed that he was also doing little glitches and exploring and trying wacky strategies and shit. So we clicked a little bit. But it's interesting that just some random person who is just like all the other people can randomly become way better than you and everyone you know at your favorite thing. It's like he was kind of almost like Zerier in that he was just mechanically really gifted more than other people.
Rear, you got some records with Taco. What's it like with him?
It was like mixed opinions at the beginning, to be honest. Mixed opinions, because we had a set KF team at the time. This was when we were battling between Sunbreaker to get low. This is when the 2339 got broken. The big record that lasted a long time. I'm pretty sure that's still I think that still might be my pinned screenshot, was destroying the 2326 or whatever. So let me think. Yeah, Taco, from an outside perspective, we saw him putting the effort in. Like, we thought he was kind of average at the start, like saying, yeah, he's just like an LFG, just banging out a raid like a tryhard. And then we put him on the team. Mixed opinions, to be honest, because it took a while for him to get up there. But once he was up there, it was weird how good he got. Like, the things that he done, like the IRB, the transition.
He's so good at IRB.
The IRB, yeah, that's what I mean. It's crazy. The IRB, the fucking, and especially being on Hunter, like this guy was. He had his moments. To be honest, he had his fair share of moments of glory, and he had his fair share of moments of absolute pity, where it would be the golden run. Like for people that were running for 3 months every day nonstop for over 10 hours a day, you would think we wouldn't really be getting excited with getting a good run. But the times where like the whole team goes silent, like we're cracking jokes up and it goes silent. This guy was either he would send it to the point to where you'd have to respect him for the balls to send trying to save even 2 seconds or something like a shade kill. So he was a really die or go out in fucking flames, basically.
Incredibly aggressive player for strats.
Yeah. And he was one of the people that you could at least give a pat on the back saying you fucking sent it on a hot run. And although he was ready to take the flames to get kicked off for the rest of his days on Destiny 1. Or to be known as some hero with his strats, so huge respect to Taco. The man had some balls for someone that was still building his name, because it wasn't as difficult once you got your name built, to be honest. Once people know who you are and you've got your records, you have a lot more room for error and and you don't really think about anymore what you took to get to the standard that you're playing at that time. People start getting lazy, and that's when people start quitting.
A mouthful of a name, and the former all-time clears leader, YU No Good XD. Noga has held double-digit world records across 3 of the 4 raids, and is one of the most famous LFG carriers, leading his clan to Thrall 1 Chalice. His friend and fellow record runner, Wakus Flockus, is a part of this list. Wakus is one of very few runners to touch every era of the game at the highest level, beginning before the release of Destiny 2 and retiring in 2021 as quite possibly the most accomplished raider in the game.
Yay!
Toka, I want your thoughts on these two first.
I had met No Good in a VOG LFG, and I had always known about his clan, Two Thrall, One Chalice, from just doing LFGs. I didn't really know No Good as a speedrunner until I had started running 4-man Kingsfall with him. But I had looked at some of his previous runs, mostly Wrath, as it was him and Wakus. I do believe Scrub was in there as well. And I do believe at the time those were the 3 three of the best Wrath runners at the time, simply because they had actually played, tested, and just ran consistently.
Yeah, a lot of those route guys from the early parts of the decade were like, that was really all they ran. They would occasionally do, they do some King's Fall stuff when the record looked pretty open due to strat development, or just honestly, at some point in time, it would be like learning basic things about the raid that would speed things up. But they ran Wrath so often that like it was never easy for Twoozy and Danger and everybody else on the Goon Squad to just go and like quickly take their records as they were able to do with pretty much any of the other raids, because it was like they had to compete with No Good and Wakas and everybody who was running those, because they were running so often and really consistent. And it helps having one of the best Wrath players of all time there, too. A story that I think a lot of people could also tell would be about these two being staples in the 390 Axis challenge carry posts that Wakas made. I would say, honestly, that, like, over the course of a year or two, they probably did over 200 carries, along with the people you're going to find in the 100 Greatest Raiders and in the 100 Greatest Raiders Wrath section specifically. And I can't tell you how impressive it was to watch these guys in action as a young aspiring player back in 2019. Because they would always do it on one attempt and usually one phase as well. These two were like the people's champion for a long time, and I think they've done a lot more good for the game than we might realize. Once you've kind of developed as a player and you know how if you break down how to do 3-man Axis challenge, it's like, and if you can get all the cycles down to like cannon and like warlock rotation and just getting good at damaging him, it's like what they're doing is pretty trivial. But if you're like, bronze clears or something like that, so some person who basically never touches raids, they're looking at LFG for the first time in a month or something like that, and they see these posts, it's so impressive to see them do it as effortlessly as they did.
No Good, he did know a lot of people. He would just fucking run LFGs. I did play with him, because I was friends with Sauce. Like, I was really good friends with Saucy. Me and him, and I think No Good at the time, we would just do LFGs, like, all the time. No Good was very good at Wrath. I would always do LFGs with him. I ran Crota with him for a little bit. He was good there. I mean, that's pretty much it. I didn't play with No Good that much. When I did play with him, he was a decent player.
Wakas, through watching his videos, I had actually learned a lot of how to skate.
Oh yeah.
Not through a specific tutorial, but just watching his videos, his runs, and learning how to utilize terrain to keep momentum.
I don't think anybody has ever turned skating into the science that he did.
No, I don't think so. Even like without exactly knowing what he thinks when skating, I had formed my own ideas on how to skate and keep momentum using terrain, as well as silent skating, which after you use all of your bursts and hit the ground will give you more height going up a hill.
Yeah, you can definitely see that.
Would have never known about. He was Wakas.
Oh yeah. Wakas was huge in that department, because it's like he has a bunch of different terminology that he invented for skating. It'll be like you're in a red zone or a green zone, and it's like you'll see that and you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about, man. We're just pressing the A button. But it was never that simple to him. And he didn't teach too many people all his secrets to skating, but to those he did, it was like their glitchless routing at that point now is like perfect, because they just know how to perfectly bounce off of stuff, and like when you're supposed to start spamming the A button, he can mash A pretty quickly, as can a great deal of the people in the top 100. But it's like he does it different than everybody else. It's very impressive to watch his gameplay. Our very own desk member and rating legend, the God of Mice. A teammate of yours, Rear, Mice held multiple records in every raid, setting over 10 in Crota's End. Mice is also the former owner of the Raid Report speed rank record at a staggering 56 minutes and 33 seconds. Over 20 career world records, Mice is not only a top 100 raider, but a top 10 legend of the game.
Damn, okay. This is a big topic for me. So, I personally feel like I'm a very good player. Like, recently I was not really in my prime. I was kind of fucking up a lot. But, like, in my prime, it was very, very rare for me to mess up. Like, I could probably hold on to rear for a little bit. I'd say rear had a bigger prime than me. But just, like, it was the first time somebody compared me to rear, I was like, oh shit, like, I'm kind of making an appearance a little bit. And just being even compared to rear, like, kind of made me feel good, like, very good. There wasn't really a role that I kind of sucked at. I mean, overwall kind of took me a little bit to get used to, but, I mean, I can pretty much do whatever I wanted to. I feel like I took things a little seriously, but I kind of played this persona like I was the best player in the world, and I know for a fact I wasn't. I wouldn't even really put myself top 5, but I mean, a lot of people said that I was top 10, and I was like, there's no way, like, you know, Bert's better than me, whatever, but everybody kind of hated me at the last part. I mean, and it's kind of respectable, but, like, people started arguing with me about stuff that, like, I knew for a fact, and that's kind of what pushed me over the edge a little bit. I'd still, like, respect pretty much everybody. Me and kshiflett got into it a little bit, but, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of people that taught me a lot of things, and I definitely wouldn't be here without really all of them. So I kind of have to, like, thank all of them. And everybody's a cool person, like, everybody has rough patches. I mean, yeah, I came a long way.
Are there any specific individuals you think that it's like, hey, I don't find myself in a position to make what is, you know, honestly, over the course of Destiny's life, one of the highest honors technically created within the community? How you found yourself eligible for this? You know, what's like kind of your the main characters in this arc for you? Player wise.
This is gonna sound really weird, but Axon actually was the first speedrunner that, like, made me want to start speedrunning. Yeah. He got me into a lot of budgets, and he got me into, like, pretty much the speedrunning community, and I like to thank him a lot. I mean, I kind of shit talk him, but yeah. After that, I joined a group post that Bert put up saying carrying to sub 1 hour 10, and I was like, oh shit. And it was him, Bosch, Danger, I don't know if Rear was there, but it
all the big late 2020, early 2021 guys.
Yeah. And they carried me, like, first try to a 1-7, and they were kind of like, this guy's actually not bad. And then I kind of started playing with Corey a little bit. Corey taught me a lot of stuff about Wrath. So did Bosch. Like, I just kind of tried to stand out to them, and I did. Like, I made sure I didn't mess up. And they kind of saw that. And Bert, Bosch, and Corey pretty much put me under their wing and kind of carried me through everything. Like, they taught me pretty much everything I know. Donuts got me into a lot of speedruns, like VOG and stuff. And then there was one time I did an LFG, I think, with Robski, and I did a Warlock flyover, like original Warlock flyover, and he was like, holy shit, this guy's crazy. And he put me on all the record teams because nobody else could do it at the time. And at that point, like, that was kind of my first major, like, thing that I did, and everybody kind of saw that and was like, this guy's actually not that bad. And then at that point, I kind of started getting on more and more record teams. Opski got me on a VOG team. Opski pretty much, if there's one person I say that made me, it was probably Robski. Me and Robski, we still talk. That guy got me into everything. I would definitely not be here without him. But I mean, yeah, just like Corey. Me and Corey actually didn't get close until recently, but I don't know. The same with Bosch. Like, they just kind of wanted a sixth person, and I was just always there. That's really it.
Was it like a big thing for you to get Raid Report record? Because I know it's like, it's still in your Discord description as like 5633, by the way. And it was, important beating, Rear, the greatest of all time. Was this like kind of a milestone for you, or like important to you as a raider, or what would you say on that?
So I know a lot of people aren't going to agree with this, but my Destiny persona was pretty much just a character. I didn't actually give a fuck about Raid Report. I played this API fiend like I was some fucking crazy person, but in reality, like, whenever I got #1 Raid Report, I really didn't care. I just enjoyed playing a game that I was good at. Like, now that I'm not in my character, like, I really do appreciate everybody that's helped me. People that talk shit to me, like, kind of made me better as well. Like, everybody, I mean, at one point, I got along with everybody. There was not one person where I didn't get along with from the start. But, like, I never really cared about the game as much as I perceived to care about it. Like, in the end, like, it's just a game. Like, I don't really care. I had fun doing it. I think about it here and there. I'm like, I kind of miss Destiny as a game. But then I was like, the community just, like, didn't really enjoy me, or the community didn't really enjoy me being around. So that's kind of why I left in the first place. So I was like, I might have took my character a little too far. I'm probably not going to be able to clear my name like that anymore. I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, like, I enjoyed playing. I enjoyed everybody that I hung out with. Everybody had some sort of impact on me, both good and bad.
Rear, would you like to add on to Mice?
Well, Mice... Okay, so on Crota, I'm not sure about, because I dropped Crota well before that, when I stopped running priority. That was the last time I ever ran Crota, so I'd say VOG, running with Mice on VOG, like, he had so much potential to become the best, if not the best already. Like, Mice was one of the hardest working players, I think, and he was getting there as consistency, because you don't just get it like that. It's not natural talent. Like, it comes with a lot of hard work, because the hard work beats the smart work at the end of the day. And Mice was getting scarily good at the game very quickly for someone that only came into the scene a couple months prior to this, into proper runs. Like, even for me, I had respect for Mice at the start. As stubborn and as cocky and as egotistical as I used to be, I still respected Mice, because he was probably one of the best VOG runners I've ever run with to begin with. Like, from the start of running with him on KF to VOG to Wrath, like, that guy. I know you're watching this, Mice, eventually, but you're sick, bro. I'll give you that. And those runs were crazy, bro.
3 2020 to 2022 Raiders we want to showcase coming up, and we will start with Raj. Formerly Burt Bat, Raj held multiple records across multiple raids on Xbox, running with Elite Monkey 321. Coming in at a 1 hour 3 minute time in just under 500 clears, he also held speedrun world records with Nera. The fastest Titan skater in the top 100 at 22 CPS, He was an elite route runner and holder of multiple world records. Mice, open us up on these three.
Nera was a very good player. I'm not gonna lie, he kind of inspired me a little bit, like when I first started playing, because I didn't know a lot of people, and I would always see him in videos, and he was like the one that taught me about Crota Warlock. He came back for a little bit actually, and me and him got along pretty well. Bert taught me a lot of stuff. He was a really cool guy. I was actually, my first record team, it was me, Donuts, him, Robski, Boki, and Cam, I think, on a VOG team. And I was Warlock, and he was just a really cool guy. I was actually there when he changed his name from Indian MF to Raj, and we were all crying laughing. And just like, I don't know, every time I played with him, we would always get either really good times or records. I loved him, honestly. In terms of like early players, he was probably one of my favorites. It's really good player.
I had met Raj back in the family therapy days, and when we were doing budgets, that's kind of where he started out as. And very shortly afterward, he had flown off and started getting into runs with Bosch and the Goons, because at the time we were like, even us at family therapy, we were just budgets playing the game, and Raj just absorbed everything that you threw at him. Pretty much knew exactly what to do for almost everything.
Quick thing I'd like to bring on about Raj's segment is a story told to me by my good friend Donuts Taste Nice. And it's that... So Raj was on the world's first sub-14 Wrath run. And in that, he did it with, his usual runners at the time, the Bosch, Danger, Co. Like, all of them are in top 100, and if we had shortened this list to a top 50, they'd probably be in that too. In that run, Raj did all of the hardest rolls. He did 4-2 box, he did stair slide, he did meltings. That's like, it's to show the amount of faith that the runners of the time had within him to perform at a high level in these record runs. And quick thing with just hitting meltings as a whole, it kind of sounds like the easier job. I put easier in quotations there, because it's like, you're expected to do less damage now, so it's kind of a cop-out if you only put up 1.5 or something. No, it's not. It's like, meltings is the hardest job, because if you miss a melting, you have to go up and hit it again, because you're not going to do a 1 TP without a melting point. Just by missing the first melting, you've cost yourself over 200,000 damage because of not being able to immediately start into your thermites and rockets or thermites and cannon cycle. You have to go back up and punch him, and now you've just lost a thermite. It's so valuable to be this good at them, this consistent at them, and it's something that Raj did to a perfection for his entire career.
Elite Monkey 321 or an 8 Odium is another one of those PS4s who was renowned for simply being able to press the A button really fast. And then he came to Xbox and just quickly became one of the dudes, always down to try some new shit, always down to run something. Solid dude, solid player.
A frequent flyer with mice and an outstanding person, Camhxmmer was a no-brainer addition to the top 100. Cam has held 16 world records across every raid and is very likely the last baseball fan left on Earth. Cam has set multiple world records in every raid and did so with his friend and fellow PlayStation runner, Grizella. Grizella has held a record in every one of the 4 raids and is owner of the first sub-7 Crota and sub-14 Vault of Glass. Quick story about Camhxmmer and his help with this project has been outstanding. So we're going to talk about the person and the player really quickly with Cam. He was probably the biggest influence for getting the PlayStation guys represented here. I want to say, I think it was he and his friend kshiflett were creating. I asked them, I'm like, hey man, can you get me list all of the players on PlayStation that you think could make not just the top 100 but just the top 200? And he goes, sure, and then hands me the top 25 PlayStation runners of all time. And it was like, I'm pretty sure 22 of those guys ended up making it or some crazy number like that. So thank you very much, Camhxmmer. You were very helpful in this project, and congratulations on your well-earned top 100 induction.
So recently, me and Cam went through a rough patch. As a start, Cam was really the one that got me into speedrunning, and he introduced me to a lot of different people. Me and him were pretty much my first best friend. He was a really cool guy. He was really good at the game. He taught me a little bit about Wrath and VOG and stuff. I really respect him even now, because me and him kind of started talking shit to people, or to each other. He kind of has this idea that I ego and whatever, but I mean, I don't know, I still respect him. He's still a very good player. Griselda's kind of the opposite. Me and Grisella did not get off on the right page. Me and him talk shit hella. I remember one time I was playing Wrath, and I kind of lit him up for something, and that me and him started shit talking crazy after that. And then recently it just kind of clicked, and he actually turned out to be a really cool guy. I'm not gonna lie, his double rights are kind of mid, but everything else he's kind of good at. Also a very respectable player. I mean, there's a reason why he's on this list. And yeah, recently he's been a very cool guy. I've gotten along with him pretty well recently. That's pretty much it.
Two of the Brits that we need to talk about as members of the 100 greatest raiders of all time are ATL and Half. H4IF, Half, is a well-rounded speedrunner, holding records in every single raid, and does so with a great deal of the harder responsibilities in them, being one of the best 4-2 box runners of his day. His fellow runner, ATL, was also voted into the top 100 raiders. ATL mostly ran with the Sunbreaker guys and was a top-tier hunter for his time, a great friend of both myself and All in Well. Short story on just how absurd it was that ATL ended up, besides just in this position, to be in the 100 greatest raiders of all time, but into raids, period. So this is a friend of mine named Brisky, and love the guy very much. And he told me the story of his name at the time was Lemon, and how Lemon got into speedrunning. And it was this, more of that 2020 constantly running with Bosch. They had a team, the Bosch in Danger, they had a team ready, but there was only 5 of them. They just needed a guy. They needed they needed a warm body to just fill out the roster for whatever they were planning on doing. And Brisky at the time was just sitting in the hull breach in the Dreadnought Patrol. And Lemon was in the same lobby as him, so they invited him to the party, and he joined. They ran a budget with him, he kind of liked it, they clicked with him, and all of a sudden, he was starting to get good at raids. He was starting to become a very valuable hunter, which would be very important in the coming, months. In the entirety of the top 100, people will come from everywhere. They will come from a PvP scene. They will come from a history of top gaming in other games. They will come from literally just finding a guy in patrol and then tossing him to the fire and see how he does. It's unbelievable how he got there. But to talk about specifically the player ATL, he's going to disagree with a lot of what I'm going to say, because I initially offered him one of the positions of the hosts in for a later section if he wanted, or for this section if he so chose, as well as, you know, anything else that we were doing in the process of making the Top 100 project. And he was like, I'm in the top 100? No, that's not right. That can't be right. There's no way. And I'm like, dude, yes, you are far better than you're giving yourself credit for. In an era that was completely dominated by Twoozy's Hunter ability, he was, like, right up there with them. Because the timeline kind of gets mixed up a bit of you know, when Bosch would take over and become kind of the undisputed greatest raider of all time, as well as when he would, you know, become the best Hunter-Titan combo. ATL had a lot of help making that, and he taught him how to do, maybe not necessarily taught, of course, but, like, he helped optimize, that's the word I'll use, the shade kills as a hunter, which were very important because you did 2 shade kills back then. It was incredibly helpful to get that down and speed that up. And yeah, just all in all, fantastic raider, even better person, I would say. Very, very happy he's in the top 100. Congratulations, ATL.
ATL, I played budgets with him. I didn't play with him that much. Like, he was kind of ending his career when I was starting mine. He was a pretty good player when I played with him. He taught me a few things about VOG and stuff. I was kind of always under the impression that he was just like a budget, just whatever. I can't really give it that much more of an input. Goo, he was a very good player. I mean, Goo and Rear were best buddies. Goo was a very good Warlock player, very good Titan player. He was pretty much like, if he wanted to do anything, he could. He didn't really have the mentality of being anything better. I mean, he was a very, very good player. I just feel like he didn't really care enough.
Goo had always been in the same place, which would be right door, 5th pocket on right. And I don't think, as long as I've ran with him, he's ever missed in an actual good run. During those runs, half would almost never brick a pocket, and he was never late to the totem, which just proves how consistent he is at the game, how good he is, and as whatever he learns, he can do it whenever is needed. And that's all I have to say.
All in Wall. Wall achieved multiple world records as a member of Sunbreaker in both Crota and Wrath of the Machine. He is mostly remembered today, though, as a part of the Destiny glitching Mount Rushmore, developing strategies for raids, most notably the 4-2 Vossic strategy. A good friend of mine, please start us off, Alex.
Look, I've always had dick riders on LFG, and I've never been the type of person to, like, feed into it. I've always been kind of annoyed by it, but I'll be real. During my childhood, I eat, slept, breathed, and shit Destiny. I got home, and I had been thinking in school all day about what I was going to try, or whatever the fuck. It was pretty a cool experience to have a unique perspective to the point where I was able to genuinely change the game for other people. That was pretty sick. It's definitely one of the defining experiences in my whole childhood. I'll never forget that for sure. It's weird to refer to an online video game of a couple hundred to maybe at most a few tens of thousands of players as a culture, but like when you go outside, you can go anywhere in the world and people don't act like they do on Destiny. It's always been like its own ecosystem, kind of. It's fucking fascinating.
All in Wall, every time I didn't talk to him a lot, but when I would talk to him, like he was always cool as fuck. Like there was one time where I asked him about pre-captain like a long time ago. I was like, yo, find us pre-captain shit. And he was like, I got you. And then like he like went AFK within like 10 minutes and I was like, oh shit. But like me and him, we were never close, but every time I would talk to him, like I enjoyed playing with him. I invited him here and there. I think he didn't like me at the start actually, but I know he kind of warmed up to me. But I mean, yeah, every time I would talk to him, he was always cool as fuck. I didn't really like run with him. I think I ran a couple Crotas with him one time. I don't remember if I did or not, but like I was doing like LFGs and stuff. Like as a speedrunning player, I can't really give an input. But like I did play LFGs with him, like small budgets, and he was always just kind of chill. Like did what he needed to do, not more and not less. I mean, he was a good player, for sure.
All in all, he stood out quite a bit on Crota, but Crota only. It's mixed opinions. Like, I think the team of Fellwinter like him just simply because of his skates and stuff. But from an outside perspective, I didn't really see him that much in runs. But I feel like he kept up, which was good. And he is by no means a bad player. And if anything, I respect him highly for the fact that he finds a whole load of strats, because even if he's not got the brawns to do the raids, he's got the brains to do them, and I respect him highly for that.
Oh,
he
yeah.
puts in more effort than anyone else.
Certainly, like, simply in strat development, too, we have to talk about, you know, he figured out 4-2, one of, if not the most, like, single thing that was discovered that is a time save. Like, we could talk about breaching as a concept,
yeah.
But in terms of one strat, 4-2 and then, like, Abyss Skip are, like, clearly 1 and 2 in terms of single thing time saves. We mentioned the Sunbreaker clan, so let's turn to a couple more players from there, and we'll begin with Atomic. Atomic was a part of 30 world record teams, running with Sunbreaker, Route, and Fellwinter. Atomic became the last player to have held all 4 world records, which he did in 2020 alongside his friend Kylo Brent. Kylo joined him on those records and is an incredible solo talent, most notably with his incredible Siege Engine challenges. These guys are 2 great players. Mice, let's start with you.
Atomic was revered as the #1 player for a while. Whenever I ran with him, I'm not gonna lie, he wasn't very good. He would argue about different things that he wanted to do, and he could only really do one role in all the raids. I mean, he was good at it, but at the same time, like, he couldn't really expand on any of them. He knew a lot of people, and that's probably why he got into a lot of records. I mean, in order to get those records, like, you have to be good at the game, obviously, but, like, as a skill-wise, whenever I played with him, he wasn't very good.
Atomic, controversial name for some, a loved name by many. Atomic was a good runner by all means. There's something about him that, like, when a team, me specifically, always had an opinion on, which was very true, is because although the records kept getting faster, every team he went on, it was always like he was keeping up, but he was just like barely within reach of just getting kicked out of teams, because it felt like he was so subpar, but just barely capable of doing it. So that's the weird thing about him. So we thought he would be gone way earlier than he did stay around, which is really weird, because he would, like, it doesn't sound good to slander, but it was like, when he was with the Sunbreaker team, I don't know how they handled it, but when he ran with us, it stood out that he was a sore thumb, like, really badly.
It was like Atomic formed all the teams, so he was kind of immune in that way. Nobody wanted to mutiny him, because if we got rid of Atomic, that means we probably got rid of Kylo as well, and Kylo was the best player on just about all of the Sunbreaker teams. But it was like he kind of gave himself the, like, above average strats. At least in Kings, he would do the safer bellicose while Kylo would go for a 3-sword. And because, you know, a 3-sword is as hard as it is, a 3-sword bellicose, he would always like end up going ahead and then doing the death warp because he said, "Hey, you two or you three people behind me, just power slide and open the door for me." So it was like kind of artificially inflating some of the roles that he did.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's like a really big thing here is like, you know, very few people that made the top 100 were, you know, the best player on all these teams, and considering 2020 was one of the most competitive eras in the game because of just how many top runners there were, how many like teams of non-overlapping players you could get and conceivably get a world record with, Atomic and Kylo having all four, and like even since all the strat development since, nobody else has been able to take that title. I think it's incredible.
Oh yeah, it stood out for the time. They got a big name for themselves.
Atomic, we love Atomic. We ran with him for a reason, and he was always the one keeping the group going. He wasn't always finding the strats. He wasn't always doing the best job delegating, but he for damn sure cared about the speedrun. I don't know. Kylo was fucking... It sounds fucking stupid to be so excited about playing a video game more than everyone else, but when Kylo held all 4 fucking raid records at once, that felt like the most official shit. Like, I felt like my friend was the shit. Kylo was in a really unique position, sort of like me, where people just respected him because he was Kylo and he didn't really have to prove it. And he also wasn't a dick about it.
I didn't really play with Kylo a lot. I did a couple budgets with him, and he was good. He didn't really talk, but I mean, he was good. He did what he needed to do. Same with Atomic. Like the duo, like the Sunbreaker duo, they were good for sure.
So with this process here, a big thing that we were figuring out was like how much is natural ability or just skill at the game going to play into this, because we weigh accolades and accomplishments and stuff like that much heavier than anything else. But if we were making a best 100 instead of the greatest 100, Kylo might be number 1 as the best Destiny player. A fantastic 390 raider and solo player, Gossip, is a part of this team. Third all-time in clears and a very skilled solo player, Gossip is truly a raiding legend. One of the lesser-known players, but one absolutely deserving of this honor, Bacon Comitatus. Bacon was a 390 carry machine and a talented solo player as Gossip was, also doing various hardwood, Oryx, and Axis challenges. A mission running and raiding legend, X the Fish X. Fish is arguably the best mission speedrunner of all time, and he also owned 3 raid records in 3 different raids. So I'm going to give some very brief insight on how the voting process actually went. All of the voters who will be credited at the end of the whole section, like the entire video, Supercut, all of those people were given 3 options when we gave them a ballot of 200 player names for the top 100. They could say yes, they should be in, no, they shouldn't be in, or I don't really know who they are. And that was fine because we didn't want to hurt their voting percentage and unfairly give them yeses or nos. So Bacon Comitatus has the highest amount of I don't know selections of the people who got in. And that kind of puts into perspective, like, this is kind of how far back he played, as well as how far away he was from the top levels of rating at all times, because he really just did the 390s. And there's no problem with that, but it is a lot harder to build a reputation as an all-time rating legend when you're not breaking world records, doing world's first solo challenges, stuff like that. But Bacon has, like, this crazy ability for, like, 390 rating that's, like, he will do challenges within them, solo challenges and low-man challenges, and they will go by very easily. I have a story of a friend of mine did a duo 390 Vogue, and it was one of the smoothest runs they've ever done, including like some unique strats at gatekeepers for 2-manning. It was very weird to talk about as like the method to do it when I've done these duo Vogues myself, and like we just kind of do typical, all right, we'll take turns, and I don't know. He's got his own little idea, and it's very, very fun to see. Certainly a deserving person. Congratulations, Bacon Comitatus, on getting in.
Gossip, the first time, oh my god, I can't believe I remember this actually. The first time I ever met him, I was barely starting to play the game, and we were in a summoning pit strike, and he was skating around like a maniac, and I was like, holy shit, is that your CPS? And he didn't respond. And I don't know, he was just like kind of zooming around summoning pits, and I was like, this guy's actually crazy at the game. And he's known for his link. He linked hella people. Skinner unfortunately took that away from him, but yeah, Gossip as a player, he was one of my first impressions of speedrunning, or like just raiding in general, and he was just like from a low LFG tier player, he looked like a god to me. So yeah.
I had met him through a 390 Wrath LFG. Typically when I play with him, he's always on a Warlock, but based on his skill level, I took it that he could play basically any class and do whatever that was needed of him. Very intelligent game-wise, and he just really good. Well-rounded player, and that's all I have to say.
To wrap this up with Fish here, we talked about during the voting process, hey, we're only going to be looking at their rating ability. No mission speeds, no strike speeds, no crucible, just their rating ability. That's speed, solos, 390 LFGs, all that stuff is taken into consideration. And Fish was put on there as, I knew he was a good raider, a record caliber raider. He had all of the natural skill sets to be a part of a record team, and that does show because he's held 3 records in 3 different raids. But we do need to shout out, he's maybe the best mission speedrunner of all time, because the way he can perfect routes is just, it's unparalleled, because you know you'll think you've time locked a mission, and then he just takes 9 seconds off of it. And he can do that within raids as well, because he can turn corners like nobody else, basically, because he's got all of this. He's one of the most naturally talented people in terms of plug and play for a speedrun, and I think it's a very useful tool, and I think he's a more than justified person being in the top 100 raiders. A member of both lots of those early record teams and a lot of raid challenge squads, Ovo Jazz is here. Jazz has a 1 hour 13-minute time and spent the majority of his times before 2018 when he transitioned over to Destiny 2 speedruns. Jazz set 10 world records across every raid, but before him there was Tfue. Tfue held over 15 speedrun records in 6 and low man categories, and owns over 30 solo challenges. A true god gamer, he retired as one of the greatest all-round Destiny players of all time. Not raiders, players. Jazz would run literally everything in the game. Like, we're talking, yes, lots of raid records. We're talking missions, strikes, and stuff like that, but he ran, like, the super, like, untouched categories like new game plus, new game, first to 400 light. Like, he ran a lot of those really obscure categories, and I think it's pretty cool to be recognized like as not only one of the greatest raiders of all time, but honestly one of the greatest PvE players of all time, because he's just good at everything.
I watched some Tfue Destiny videos when I heard he had made top 100, and it's insane to think that someone from this era would make it into the 100 greatest raiders. Even though the times were like 30-plus minute Kingsfall runs, you could tell Tfue was one of the best players there. And that's on top of 15 world records, being very impressive regardless of era.
Tfue was the first ever person we can consider the greatest raider of all time. And it's really hard for people to gauge that because he's carved out such an amazing career in Fortnite, in everything that he has tried after this in streaming. But Tfue originally was a Destiny 1 player, and he was a really, really good one on top of that. He came back a couple times after things like Age of Triumph would release and Wrath of the Machine, but for the most part, everything he did was in year one. And if you watch his videos, it's not that hard to find. You just go to his channel and sort by oldest. You will see a lot of Crota challenges that are like some of the most crazy challenges you can think of. Like not like Crota doing soloing Crota without turning left, and no using your jump button, only walking backwards, no sprinting. It shows kind of like the limitations of challenges at the time because there was only 2 raids, and Crota was the only one that you could do at the time, start to finish, by yourself. We didn't know any of the gatekeeper stuff that we do now back then, and Tfue was doing those challenges, getting over a dozen speedrun world records in different categories. He ran everything that he could at the time with his clan Redeem. He was also a phenomenal Crucible player. That's you heard it in the intro segment. He is not one of the greatest raiders of all time. He is one of the greatest players of all time. Very happy Tfue made it in here. Congrats to him on getting in the top 100. All in all, I know you got things to say on this guy, and it is another well-rounded glitcher. Celestial is in the top 100 greatest raiders. Celestial pioneered several different consistency methods for speedrun and solo glitches, helping in perfecting transition routes, and is a very talented solo player to go along with all that. Well, I want to start with you on Celestial.
Celestial, now that my channel is fucking reduced to atoms, is now, I guess, the biggest repository on the internet of Destiny 1 glitch information. That's pretty cool. He's always had a similar level of interest to me with just thinking outside the box and finding new ways to do shit, playing around with mechanics until something wacky happens. Like, me and him are the fuck around and find out legends, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be Destiny without people like Celestial around to just constantly make new shit happen.
Yeah, for example, like, IRB does not happen without Celestial's contributions. It's, like, there's nothing, like, skill-wise that he really stands out in. This is one of those top 100 picks that's like not based on your accolades or your raw ability within the game, but the fact that you can't tell the story of Destiny 1 speedrunning without adding Celestial, because he has saved across multiple raids, multiple minutes of runtime, because he's implementing shit from D2 that works in Destiny 1. It's incredible. Like, just how smart he is and just how valuable he is to modern runners. Congratulations, Celestial. Fulcrum 107, the first person we introduced to own no speedrunning or solo raiding career, owner of more than 4,000 total raid clears, and the title of nicest person in Destiny history.
Come on, come on, come on. Yeah! Woohoo! My first solo!
He was voted in as a part of these raiding legends. So, I have what I would like to call a Fulcrum story. And that is something a great deal of Xbox players could also say. Fulcrum has this uncanny ability to stay in raids no matter what. No matter the people, no matter the talent around him, his job is to get shit done, and very few have ever had the patience and discipline to do it in the fashion that he has. So this was, within the last year or so, he and I finished a Wrath post, and he wanted to go help a group wrap up a 390 Oryx checkpoint, while I was going to go and join my friends for a couple 390 Vogs. A couple hours later, I saw that another 390 Oryx checkpoint post had gone up, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna do what Fulcrum did and do this before I get off for the night, because it's like 2 a.m. at this point. I'm fucking tired, but it's like it's just an Oryx. What's the issue with that? So I joined the party, and Fulcrum is already there because he had been at that Oryx checkpoint for 3 hours. That started at like almost midnight or something like that. And even after I joined, it took us another 40 minutes of strat changes, of positional shakeups, and we finally got it done. It was, closing in on 4 a.m. I don't think there's a single person in the top 100 raiders that can do what this guy does and do it with a smile on his face. I just love Fulcrum.
Fulcrum is, I believe he's in the medical field. He's one of the most well-spoken, kind, impossible to piss off individuals on the game. It's like ever since I met him, he was always one of the people I looked forward to meeting on LFG because he was always happy to be there. He was always patient with people. He never gave shit to anybody. He literally just wanted to get on the fucking video game and help people out for a little bit. That's how he spends his free time. That's pretty cool. Nobody prioritized just being a good dude on the video game more than Fulcrum.
That guy got me into LFGs. That guy got me into the game. It was so fucking nice. He anything that needed to be done, like in a raid, like he would fill every spot.
Mm-hmm. On any class.
Somebody, yeah, literally. Like in terms of an LFG, like that guy, whatever needed to be done, he would do.
Yeah, Fulcrum is the first instance where it's like, as the intro said, he doesn't have a speedrunning or solo career, but he displays his greatness like within his own category, which is the 390 LFGs and the teaching carries and all that stuff. He displays his greatness in that area better than I might say anyone ever. Like he is a one of one in that area, and that's not even to mention, of course, the best guy in the world.
Yeah, for sure.
The Great Twoozy, formerly TBSA Bosch's Pro, the most dominant raider in the early part of the decade, achieved more world records than anyone else in Destiny history as both a Titan and as one of the best hunters of the last 9 years. A true legend of the game and icon of 2020 raiding, he is no doubt a member of the 100 greatest raiders. The first mate of many of those teams with Twoozy is close friend Danger. Danger, or Danger Bakes, was Twoozy's right-hand man for over a year, and was one of the most consistently excellent raiders at everything he did. The best King's Fall Orb Jenner, a versatile warlock, and the first person to achieve a sub-hour time, can play any position at any level of speedrunning. It's only natural that we introduce these two back-to-back. A lot of people who are watching this won't remember or have played during the COVID pandemic, but this guy was posting for budgets in every raid all day long. He'd bring just about anybody that could show they had some replacement level role potential, and he could turn them into a top runner in a week if he wanted. I know that's how I found myself eligible for making this top 100 list, and I think a lot of people who made the top 100 could say the same thing. He, in Danger, had some of the largest impacts on the game that I could think of right now. And Rear, you were a frequent runner with these two, so what was running like that?
Mm-hmm. It's weird because you would see them as the fathers of the team, not so much Twoozy, but Danger. Like, everyone looked up to him, to be honest. But like, if you needed if you needed him to help with anything, you say, Danger, help me with this. And if he had an ounce of respect for you as a runner or a person, he will show you, and you will be the best at that role without a doubt within a week if you put the time and effort in. And I strive to be like Danger, I would say, to be that right-hand man, but of the top of the top. That's what I strive to be. Like Danger, like everyone wanted to be like Danger because he was just so flexible in roles. You could put him on something and give him maybe an hour of runs, not knowing how to do it, and boom, like he would be better than the top runner at it straight away.
He was, something I definitely noticed, like, as strats were developed, he would, often take, not only could he do the hard rolls, he would do the new rolls, like, To this day, a lot of people are going to claim that he's the best person at OrbGen, and I think he was like the second on the second team to ever get a record since OrbGen had been developed, and he was already the best.
It's like something as simple as OrbGen, you wouldn't really think much of it, to be honest. It's like, oh, I generate orb. No. You ain't seen an OrbGen like you've seen Danger. It's like he was a wizard, bro. Like, it's crazy. Like, you could probably go one run in about 20 runs where he might not give you enough orbs. Like, he had something about him was just weird with it. He was automatic. Like, you didn't have to wait for him to orbit. And if you did have to wait for him, he always had ammo, and he'd be back in 30 seconds in the game. Like, this guy was a wizard. Like, I've gone through countless teams after Danger quit where you would think that these people are the best at OrbGen. Unless you ran on the team back in the day, it just doesn't hit the same. And I feel like that was the downfall of KF and most of the runners after Danger quit, because it felt like we had just lost one of our main men. Like, so it was a huge loss for us when he quit again.
Yeah, and then to go on to Bosch, like when we were going about the voting process early on in the project, we had it as not just the 100 but the top 100. We wanted to put sequence it. And when we had that, it was kind of like, who's going to be number one? 80% of people said Rear, 20% of people said Bosch. Nobody said anything else. Bosch was so much better than everybody else at the start, and
I'm fired.
to this day, like, there are a few people who could run a Kingsfall Hunter as good as he could.
Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy. I mean, for his time, he was miles ahead of anyone. Other than Taco, obviously being the main man after for the most strats, he was crazy.
Uzi and Danger driving a lot of the community discussion and drama and competition back in the day. Like, back when everyone just wanted to fucking sit back and shoot aliens, they were some of the first people to actually like try to see how well they could do, you know what I mean? They were some of the first players to change up their style, I guess, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Bosch and Danger, they are pretty much the ones that like taught me everything. Bosch is probably my favorite person. I mean, him and Corey. Danger was funny as fuck, but as like skill wise, Bosch didn't really care enough to learn a bunch of stuff, but the stuff he was good at, he was crazy at it. Like relics on Kingsfall, crazy at it. Wrath, just like as a whole, he was really good at it. Crota, I remember we put him on Crota a little bit, like didn't mess up once. I mean, he wasn't on like a crazy roll, but still, like, he was shown with a new roll and picked it up instantly. Danger's just a cool guy. I don't know. He just kind of kept to himself a little bit, at least when I played with him. I know he was like kind of outgoing with some other people, but he just kind of kept the vibes, honestly. He was kind of like I don't know how to explain it. Like, he was just cool as fuck, and he didn't really mess up either. I don't know, Bosch and Danger, like the duo of the century.
Yeah, like looking at any era within the game, if you had to like provide one kind of dynamic duo across all of them, like Bosch and Danger in early 2020s is just like the combo for record level runs.
Sure.
The first sub 1 hour speed rank on PlayStation, Verkty is in the top 100. Verkty is a perfect fill-in for any of the 4 raids, and most recently held the 1342 Wrath record and achieved the first sub 7 AOT Crota record. Alongside him to wrap up the well-rounded segment is Crabzy. Crabzy has been on multiple Kingsfall record teams and the 1437 Fog Time on PlayStation. Mice, let's finalize this section with you.
Verkty, me and him would be battling for number 1 raid report for a while. And same with him and Rear. He was a very good player. He knew a lot of people, so he can learn a lot of stuff. very good VOG player, very good Wrath player. He was a cool guy, I guess. I didn't really play with him that much because I was on Xbox at the time. But when I did go to PS, I was like at his kind of end. And I played with him. I got to experience his skill a little bit. And like I said, he was a pretty good player.
So I had met Verti through Kingsfall runs, as I do run Kingsfall. At the time, I hadn't thought much of him, but thinking back on those times, I had realized how versatile and consistent Verti actually was. If there was ever a player needed for any team, he was easily suited for any job that he was to be on. And he was almost always ready to be there. There is no one who compares.
Quick thing with Crabsy for like kind of the timeline he has established for himself is from a period of like really throughout almost all of 2020, PlayStation was not competitive at record level runs unless there was A, new strats, and B, Xbox was not actively running the raid. They would sneak in, I believe it was 2 records the entire year, one on King's Fall and one on VOG. And that was really it. Every other time it was like Xbox had Twoozy, they had Danger, they had Rear, they had so much more talent and so many more people that were record caliber runners. And as soon as that died down, the next generation started on PlayStation, and Crabsy was a huge driving force for that. When you look at like a lot of the records, you know, once it started coming to more of an even game between the two consoles, Crabsy was a huge part of those the PlayStation return to greatness. And I think that has a lot to do with how he made it into the top 100. 1 week after Destiny released, the first ever raid came out called Vault of Glass. Now we get to discuss those who had their raid career specialized beneath Venus. And we will do so by bringing in our first specialist guest of the top 100 greatest raiders. It is none other than I'm Brisky. One of my favorite human beings in the world, I'm Brisky. Brisky held 2 world records in Vault of Glass and is a perfect fit in any speedrun team. The unsung hero of the 390 King's Fall record, he was voted to be in the top 100 raiders and joins us here today. All right, Brisky, tell us the story of how you got into VOG, how you got into these record teams, and, you know, kind of how we got to being eligible to making the top 100 greatest raiders of all time.
I just really like VOG. I do it a lot. I'm good at it. In the like summer of 2019, 2020, I can't remember. Honestly, couldn't tell you. I was playing with some people who were, you know, into the speedrunning community on Destiny 1, and they knew I played VOG a lot. They knew I played a lot of Warlock and VOG, so they showed me the strats and got into speedrunning VOG in the early days of 2020. Previously, before that, it hadn't been run for a while, so that particular team I joined wanted to be the first one to break the record in a while using new strats. So that's exactly what we went and did. After some runs. And yeah, since then, I still just really play a lot of VOG and other raids too, but not so much.
Why bother playing a raid besides VOG? Of course.
True. You're not wrong.
Quick individual thing I want to put on for Brisky is he's been a great friend and great help in the project. Just being able to have a reliable guest that's going to, you know, show up when you need him has been very valuable. Very rare, as a matter of fact. I'm joking, but like it's really helpful to have a person who can fill in so many roles within a speedrun because he has so many characters and such great proficiency on them. but it's only he'll gain these abilities through just Vogue, really. Like, I've seen him, do budgets as a warlock in Wrath, and it's just like he got all of his fundamentals for Wrath that just carry over from his time running and just playing Vogues all the time, and that's been very helpful to do. He's been, a great hunter when we would run our minor category KF with him, and it's, again, he learned his hunter stuff through getting these Oracle segments down with Golden Gun. It's incredibly impressive where he learned all these things, and then the kind of the player he turned into from it. But I'm very happy to have him here, and very happy he's in the top 100. Ishtar Legacy. Ishtar is quite possibly the most consistent Vogue player of all time, including some of the most complex strategies the raid has to offer. He is the inventor of the Maze-Long Hunter Boop, owner of more than 2,000 Vogue clears, and is a one-of-a-kind person. He is a top 100 raider of all time.
Yeah, I've played with Ishtar for quite a few of those clears. I mean, known him for quite a long time. Every single Vogue he's in, they all know him as the Oracle guy, the Vogue guy.
Mm-hmm.
Ishtar Legacy. If you've done a Vogue, you've probably played with him. But yeah, done hundreds and hundreds of LFGs in there. He'll load in with a full team of 5 people, and that Vogue is guaranteed done. And yeah, over 2,000 Vogue clears. There's not really much else to say. He's just really insane at Vogue. Anything that you can imagine in a Vogue, he's probably done it. If you've ever tried to race them at Gorgons, good luck.
That's not gonna work. No, that is not gonna work. One thing he said
out there, he'll smoke you on his hunter.
He will torch you because of that hunter boop.
Yeah, there's many LFGs that you'll do where there'll be 6 people going for it, and he'll go 32 for 32 on Oracle kills.
Ishtar, he was a very fucking good Vogue player. I mean, I would only do LFGs with him, but every time I do an LFG, he pretty much soloed Vogue, just because he wanted to. Even with 6 people there, he would solo Oracles, and if somebody died on confluxes, or if all of us died on confluxes, he would fucking solo the whole thing. That guy was just crazy Vogue, knew everything about Vogue. I've never seen him do something bad on Vogue, for sure.
A 2020s era PlayStation runner, we have Camhxmmer. Camhxmmer set a record in every minute barrier from 2017 to the present day. Creator of the Cav Slide and member of many PlayStation Vogue records, Camhxmmer was a member of the most recent 13-17 world record, cementing his spot as a unanimous selection to the 100 greatest raiders. Let's talk about Camhxmmer.
Camhxmmer was funny as shit, I'm not gonna lie. Camhxmmer, as a Vogue player, you can really only be so good at Vogue, but,
Vogue is rather restricting, yeah.
Yeah. Camhxmmer knew everything about Vogue, he knew all the rooms, I think he had the first minute break, or every minute break since sub 18 or something. It's kind of hard to do that. He knew a lot of people, very good at Vogue. Near the end, he kind of struggled a little bit, but, his mentality was alright. He just, in terms of skill, he would just kind of, do whatever, and he would pretty much never mess up. He was good at Cav Slide, hence the name.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was pretty good at transition. I don't remember if he was good at overwall or not, but
He didn't need to be. He invented calf slide.
yeah, he was very good at Vogue for sure. I mean, a lot of people looked up to him. A lot of people was inspired by him on Vogue. He was one of the Vogue guys when it came to speedrunning.
Havoc is a fucking special boy. He invented the calf slide. That's pretty cool. He is the type of dude who's always down to fucking test some new strats or whatever. He likes to think about that kind of thing. He's funny, quite a silly dude. Like, I don't know. There's not much to say. He was renowned at first for being fast at clicking the A button, and then he came on the console where that's not as easy, and kept doing it, and also was better than most people. That's Kavik.
Kavik is very unique in the sense of, like, he is not tethered to a single era of the game as so many players are, where it's like, yeah, you know, they've been playing the game for 6 years. They started in 2016, and they played until, 2022. But, like, they would peak in a certain era for a certain limited period of time. Like, the first half of 2020, though, they were the best player in the world. And that's when a lot of people would get, most of, if not all of their career accolades, whether that's speedrunning or solos or stuff like that. Kavik doesn't really, stick to that norm, because he's been on the world's first minute barrier break since the record hit the 16-minute mark. And they skipped 17. 17 has never been, 17XX has never been in any percent VOG record. It went 18-0 something to 1629, I believe, or some crazy number in that range. And then he's just been a part of all of VOG history since that moment happened. And I'm going to say one more thing from the perspective of 2020 Xbox speedrunner. When we would see PlayStation, discover new breach routes that are usable within other raids, mostly VOG and KF, and they would get records that way, we would look at the team that was being formed on PlayStation, and we would think Kavik is, without question, the best player there. This is something that, Z-Rear has not done. Twoozy has never done. Cruelty never did. Nobody has ever done this. Nobody has ever done what Kavik has done, in the sense of 2020 Kavik to the next best PlayStation player is the largest skill gap between two players that I have ever seen. A handful of people we are going to rapid fire have all held world records in VOG, and in this case multiple VOG categories, and Shinju is a part of this team. Shinju is also a very talented King's Fall player and held multiple VOG records, often as the team's warlock, and the same can be said of our next inductee, O'Kale. One of the all-time best warlocks in the 100 Greatest Raiders, holding a number of VOG records alongside JJR604. JJ was a staple in the Sunbreaker VOGs and was voted in to be a part of this team. I'll start with you on this, Wall.
These are, again, quite fucking old players, been playing as long as I have, basically. And they're just fucking solid LFGs. Kale, I believe, I think Kale was involved in Patrol King's Fall somehow. I don't remember. I don't know. There's not much to say about a lot of these people, because if they didn't have a major contribution or story, because they did their job and they didn't fuck up. Pat on the back. Here you go.
Kale doesn't like me very much, but I mean, I never really played with him because he would always not want to run with me. So he would not run if I was playing. Which is kind of unfortunate, but I didn't really dislike him. I mean, I did play with him here and there. He was a pretty good player. I mean, that's really it. Shinju, my first ever time was with Shinju, and it was with me and my brother. And we were doing a 390, and they were it was him and somebody else. It was him and Strawberries, I think. I don't remember.
They're the same person. Strawberry is Shinju.
There was somebody else it was Shinju and somebody else that they were like best friends with at the time, and pretty much carried me and my brother to like a sub 25 390. And I think it's still my 390 time actually. And they were talking about like 4s and 7s and shit, and me and my brother were just like, what the hell are these guys talking about? I mean, yeah, like Shinju was a very cool guy, knew everything about VoG. I mean, at the time at least. I mean, he was good enough to carry a full team of LFGs to a sub 25 390. So I mean, yeah. JJ was probably my first favorite person. That guy, me and him got along very well. He was one of the people that got me into Sunbreaker. Very, very good at VoG. He was pretty good at KF too, I'm not gonna lie, but for VoG, I played with him a little bit, and every single time, he never really messed up. Very good at transition, never really messed up on confluxes, but I mean, yeah, like he knew what to do all times.
JJ, having run with him on a couple of Sunbreaker runs that I was a part of, and many hours of dedicated practice to VoG and early 2020 runs that we did, the summer of 2020. JJ, very solid Titan player in VoG. He took more of the more complicated roles in the 2020 runs. Done a lot of budget King's Falls with him as well. He's solid all around, but VoG is definitely his specialty from my hours in many runs playing with him.
One of the best raiders to ever grace the game, kshiflett, is another unanimous addition to the 100 greatest raiders. The first instance of a well-rounded player that is so good at one raid, he goes into the top 100 under that raid. Holder of 3 active world records, including Vault of Glass, and a sub 58-minute speedrec on both PlayStation and Xbox. No Vault of Glass team with record aspirations is complete without him.
Kshiflett. If there's any turmoil, it's me and him. He taught me a lot about current VoG strats. Donuts taught me probably a lot of the more earlier VoG strats. Kshiflett as a player, very, very respectable VoG player for sure. I don't know, like, he had fastest transition for a very long time. He was, on all of them, Warlock transition, Overwall, normal transition, Cav slide, like, he was crazy at pretty much everything. He soloed 390 up to Gatekeeper flawless, even outside. Like, that guy, if he wanted to do anything on VoG, he could. I know he was trying to find a way to solo Gatekeeper, but I don't think that really went too far. I don't remember if he soloed Atheon or not. He might have.
He did get an Atheon AIT, yeah.
Yeah. That guy was just... He would just solo any VoG encounter that he wanted to. Like, he was bored one day, he would go and solo 390 confluxes, which is just crazy. Like, anybody that can do that on demand is very respectable. He found a lot of the strats. He found rooms. I don't know, like, without him, I don't think VoG would be where it is today, honestly.
Kshiflett is kind of like the face of speedrunning right now. Not in the sense that he's the best of all time, because he's not. Sorry, Kshiflett, I love you, but you're not. But I think he's the best player who is currently playing the game. And I don't mean, when I say that, I don't just mean in VoG. Yeah, he's probably the best active VoG player, but he's so good at, like, everything that he does. He's a very, very good King's Fall player. He's a very good Crota player. He holds those 2 records currently. He holds fucking 1929 KF on PlayStation and Xbox. He has Age of Triumph, Crota, and he has Vault of Glass record, as well as has held multiple minor categories throughout all of those things. It's just kind of hard to say, like, one thing that he's just good at. I mean, if we want to just go to, narrow it down to just Vault of Glass, it's still, like, just everything he's good at. I've done a couple speedruns with him. I've, like, at least in Vault of Glass, He's been both an outstanding Titan. He's been an outstanding Warlock. He's the best I've ever seen transitions. He's just so much better than everybody else at VoG currently. A duo we want to introduce, beginning with a little Slothy. Slothy is the owner of the all-time clears title in Vault of Glass, as well as a Hunter Atheon solo. Beginning in the first week of the raid and continuing to this day, Slothy has been tethered to the history of VoG since day one. One of the most underrated and highly skilled VoG players, a little laggy is a raiding legend. Laggy did the world's first solo 390 confluxes on Warlock and no Relic Templar. Considered a top 3 all-time VoG great and up for the title of greatest VoG player, an easy addition to the top 100. Laggy is just very simply, like, very, very, very good at this game. I haven't played with him as much as I've heard my friends play with him, but it's like, just all the narratives surrounding him are just, for as long as he's been playing the game, he's been one of the top VoG players, because he's just so good at... It's not even just, like, learning stuff, but inventing stuff, and then perfecting, like, all of the fundamentals to Vault of Glass. It's just, that's really all I gotta say.
Clawifii, I've been playing with him for a long time. In many 390 VoGs, I've shared the experience of playing with probably the drunkest VoG player, for sure.
There's another title he has.
just another one on the board. I don't think anyone has ever played with Clawifii not under the influence of some sort of alcohol. I think that's very safe to say.
That's not very safe to say, because he has 4,000 VoG clears.
Yeah, I feel like he was at least tipsy for every single one of them.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I mean, you'll normally catch him on his Warlock in a VoG. Back when Slothy and Laggy were playing together, you know, you'd have the Hunter Warlock duo. But notably, what I've been seeing here more recently playing with Slothy is constantly on Voidwalker throughout the entirety of VoGs, which is a strat that I have adopted. The Scatternade combo that he loves so much is very effective.
That's how you do those ability-only conflux challenges. Just so many scatter grenades.
Oh yeah. But honest to God, love that guy. Great player. Do a VoG with him anytime.
Another present-day runner and Inner Circle VoG legend, we have Caddy. A no-doubt addition to this list and multiple-time record holder in Vault of Glass, Caddy most recently held the 13:28 world record, which stands as the fastest time currently on Xbox. One of the most consistent overall and transition runners in the game. Mice, let's go to you.
Caddy, I think he was a budget a long time ago, right? And then like he quit and then came back.
That all happened during my absence in the game.
I think
if he played in 2020, he never played with me. So.
Okay, I think, with my knowledge, I don't know if this is true or not, but I think that he was a budget a long time ago, and then he came back and became like a very good VoG player. Like he was friends with Donuts and Cam and stuff. I mean, he had both Xbox and PlayStation and would just kind of get on whenever there were VoG runs. Very good friends with all the VoG players. Very good at transition. He was very smart when it came to VoG. I would ask him about different things and he would give me an answer like instantly. I mean, yeah. I played with him. I think me and him got the first sub 14, I think. He was there. I don't remember if he was there or not, but me and him me and him kind of like fought over the 6th spot when it came to VOG, and he would pretty much always get it, which is, I mean,
goes to show.
Yeah, like he knew everything when it came to VOG for sure.
An all-time VOG legend, donuts taste nice. A sub 1 hour speed rank, 4-time VOG record holder, Donuts is a staple in current day Vault of Glass runs as either a Titan or a Warlock. Donuts joined the PlayStation runners to set the current 13-17 world record and is a critical part for all present-day record runs. Donuts has been an awesome friend to me, and that has superseded everything he's done as a player in my eyes, is that he's been an outstanding person, because, you know, if you were part of the people that helped on the project, you certainly knew this, but Donuts used to be the secondary host alongside All-in-Wall. I just talked to him before I had the chance to ask Mice to do this position, and it was like, as soon as school started back up for him, he just didn't really have enough time to finish the recordings, and then Mice swooped in, helped save the day there. But Donuts had so many wonderful things to add about so many different people, because he wasn't the VOG guest. That's always been Brisky, but he was the second desk member I had with me. So he was talking about everybody, and I think he had like the most to add about everybody that he did talk about. He's just an amazing person. I'm so happy that he's been able to help me in the project, even if it isn't as much in the recording booth anymore. You know, he helped, you know, figure out some of the record totals for people. He helped with finding gameplay for certain people. He's helped in every single area that he can, and I'm so thankful for that. So thank you very much, Donuts. But talking about the player of the Donuts, like we said with kshiflett, he's just kind of perfect at everything. Like, he can be on the VOG record team as a Titan and as a Warlock. I think he currently holds it on Warlock. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he currently holds it on Warlock. And then, like, one record prior, he was running Titan, and he was still like one of the best players on the team, like that throughout that entire time. That's what I mean in the intro segment when I say all-time VOG legend Donuts Tastes Nice. Like, he's just truly one of the best players. If you wanted a speedrunning Mount Rushmore of VOG greatness or whatever, Donuts Tastes Nice is there without question.
Donuts is like the quintessential, like, when people were debating about, oh my god, who's the best Rust player? Who's the best VOG player? Like, Donuts was usually the person people considered to be the best at VOG. He's just fucking quite good at shit.
Donuts was the early kshiflett. Kshiflett's the current Donuts. He got me. He thinks that he made me. That's not true, but he did teach me a lot about VOG. Not everything, but like a lot of the foundation for VOG, he taught me. He taught me a lot about VOG Warlock, so much so that when he quit originally, he texted me, and he texted like the entire Destiny community pretty much, and was like, this guy got a Mice, he's gonna be a good player, like, I want him to carry on my legacy. And everybody was like,
that sounds just like
Donuts.
him.
Yeah, Donuts is tripping, but yeah, Donuts did teach me a lot about current VOG strats. He came back like right about when I was leaving, and you know, he was just running it up in VOG. Cool guy.
A Fellwinter member obtaining multiple records in multiple different raids, Lobsta recently held the 1437 Vault of Glass record. At 1 hour and 2 minutes, he is a part of the top 100 raiders of all time. OK Sneak is a current Xbox record holder in Vault of Glass, and an 8-time VOG record holder overall. Sneak began running in 2020 and continues to the present day as a Sherlock at Titan for the Xbox A team. Sneak was on the Xbox VOG record for 4 different minute marks and is now a top 100 raider of all time. Lobster is a person that kind of like, as soon as I left the game and then as soon as I came back to the game, he pretty much fit his entire speedrunning record career in that time span. He did a little bit of stuff before and as I was running, but it was pretty much like everything showed up within that window. So I didn't know a whole lot about him. He was one of the most inaccurate record totals we had at the start of this. So I'm very glad that I've talked with him since, because I have run with him since, and he's super eager to just pick everything up. He wants to learn so much about the game and about different raids, and especially within Vaulted Glass, and he's able to like perfect it so fast. It's kind of impressive, like just how easily he got right side part glitch down for KF relics, and how he's gotten some of the new transitions down. Like, it's super impressive to see how fast of a learner he is, and I think that's one of the things that stands out the most about him. And yeah, all around fantastic player.
Lobster, he never really liked me, but he also kind of quit when I started. There was like this little gray area. It was probably like a few months where I would be playing with him for a VOG, and he was also one of the players that like didn't want to run if I was on the team. So I didn't really play with him that much. But when I did, as a player, he was a very good player, never really messed up. He was one of those players that like he could do whatever he wanted to. Whenever something was needed, he would jump on it, whatever he needed to do.
So basically, Sneak is like a wandering traveler, in the sense of like he was never constantly getting like the multiple records in a single day kind of stuff. It was always just like he was constantly ready to do, hey, let's play VOG, ready to do the VOG runs, and never had like the dominant peak that a lot of the other people who have 8+ records in a single raid did. But he was just a very consistent Titan, very much a cornerstone for a lot of the Sunbreaker teams. And then, of course, the current Xbox record just came back, saw the new strats, learned the new strats, and said, all right, let's run VOG record now, and did it. It's pretty impressive. And Lazy. Lazy is an 8-time world record holder, mostly in the low-man VOG categories, and achieved the 1636 6-man Vault of Glass world record. He is a very consistent raider and was a constant in the duo and trio Vault of Glass record runs, and is one of the greatest raiders of all time.
I kind of played with him during his LFG era when it came to VOG. He would always run Hunter and would just for oracles, and he would just solo oracles. That's really it though. Like, I only played with him during LFGs. Like I said, you can really only be so good at VOG, and he would just pretty much carry every LFG he was in.
Lazy. This is gonna date me personally, and anybody who was, by the time this video is gonna release, will have been probably 4 years ago that this clan existed. But if you ever heard of the clan Connecting, it was a connecting ... That was Lazy's clan, and everybody there kind of looked up to them because he was. I don't believe he held VOG record at the time that he probably held one of the minor categories because he ran those so much, but I don't think he ran 6-man that often just because it wasn't that interesting to him. He was just interested in kind of doing all things raiding. So I did a lot of Crota LFGs with him. I did a lot of I did do a lot of VOG with him, and I think VOG is still by far his best raid. But he was just a great guy and such a well-respected runner in early 2020. I remember this was something I did. I believe it was with No Good, Lazy, and Valkyrum one day. It was No Good. He wanted to start a 4-man KF to do a flawless 4-man KF just to see, how easy would it be to do that with just kind of the people in his chat. And he happened to have some pretty good players in the chat there. And I was like, hey, yeah, get me in. That sounds fun. Lazy never messed up once. And I can tell he never messed up once because not only did we do King's Fall, I believe it was our second attempt. I think No Good died the first time. But it was our second attempt. We get King's Fall 4-man. Flawless done. Then we do it in VOG. First attempt. And then we do Wrath. And then we get all the way to Siege Engine on our first attempt. And then we died and we were like, all right, that's enough for today. And then he got off, and he's just such a good Destiny player, period. I'm very happy that he got into the top 100 greatest raiders of all time. Friend of All in Wall and member of Sunbreaker, Casey Enix is a 100 member. While most known for owning the Vossic solo account, he was a frequent raid record runner and achieved the 1636 Vault Glass world record. A 1-hour flat speed rank and almost 2,000 career raid clears, we have Illumity. Illumity mostly ran VOG with the PlayStation runners and obtained the 1423 Vault Glass record. The final person in our VOG specialists, Rules, is a VOG legend. Rules held the 1446 record in Vault of Glass and was the inventor of the overwall strategy players use today. We will have Brisky finish us off.
Casey was on that first VOG team that I was a part of. Really cool guy. Played with him in Crucible and in many different raids. A lot of Wraths with him. As most people who know him will know, he was a huge fan of Wrath.
Yeah, that's something I learned in the process of this, was like, Casey doesn't like VOG, but he's really, really good at it.
No, he does not. He does not like VOG, but he's just... Dude, you know why? It's because, like, we spent hours and hours doing Sunbreaker runs with Casey in there, holding him hostage.
He wasn't allowed to leave and do his
Back then when we were running,
axes.
we thought it was all RNG. So we were just sitting in there waiting to get good loads and good Legion spawns. It was horrible, dude. But yeah, a lot of Wrath with him. Really cool guy. He's really the glue in a lot of speedrunning teams. Kept people from killing each other.
The only thing I can say about Casey is me and him were known as the Caloric Bros. So really every time I'd see him, he'd be like, holy shit, is that my caloric brother? And I'd be like, yeah.
That's
and
funny.
We would both put it on, and we would run Wrath with like caloric on, which is pretty cool. But I mean, I didn't really play with him, so I can't really talk on his skill. But whenever I did run like an LFG with him, it was always in Wrath, and I mean, he was pretty good. Rules hated me, and I don't know why. I was always like really nice to him, but
Well, here's your chance to be nice to him.
yeah. Well, I've never talked shit about him. I'll go to the grave. Rules was a cool fucking guy. He made Overwall. He found Overwall, which is crazy.
One of the
Like,
biggest
he
things
thought
for
of
the
it.
for transition ever.
Oh, for sure. And when it first was found, like nobody was good at it besides him. He was the first person that was good at it, and he never missed it. Like when kshiflett kind of optimized it a little bit, it made him even better. I mean, even before, because I ran with him on my first couple of our speed runs. He was a cool guy, very good at the game. I mean, the only reason why we would get him is for transition, because he would always make it first no matter what. I mean, having him on the team was only a time save.
Kale and Rules, I believe, that friend group was very involved in finding both the improved Warlock transition, and I believe they also figured out the slam baiting thing on Templar that makes the ritual happen faster.
Illumity is like kind of a hard person to pin down, you know, what's their lasting legacy within the game, because it's kind of like this is going to be kind of like a far-fetched or like a stretch connection, but it's a lot like what we talked about with No Good and Walkus, where he's like the people's champion because he's got 2,000 plus clears or 2,000 something raid clears, all from PlayStation. It's a lot harder to accumulate clears on PlayStation because there's no, you know, modern looking for group function. They've just been doing how it's been done since 2016, where you go to the tower and kind of wait for an invite or start it up. But it's like it's rather limiting, and you just get less runs going. And that's just kind of besides the fact that, like, yeah, he was a great VoG player when he got his opportunities, which weren't that many because he would go over to D2 not very long after setting the Vault of Glass world record. I think he's a very deserving player of this. People who touch so many different areas of the game. This community being as small as it is, it's less so now just playing a video game, and it's like, no, it's even if it's just something small, you are helping out another human being, and that's what Illumity's done. Let's get started in the second raid released in Destiny 1, Crota's End. Crota players have had by far the most alterations made to the raid and have set unbelievable records under the 7-minute barrier. Our segment guest, Sham Minecraft 600, will help us start off with the greatest Crota players of all time. Holder of over a dozen Crota world records, Robski has been the model Crota specialist for years now. Unquestionably the best Abysskit player, Robski has achieved the last 7 consecutive Crota world records, 4 of which were performed alongside his friend and fellow 100 member, A4 Harry. Harry is the best Crota 1-down player in the game's history, and was one of the most dominant Crota players on almost every one of his records. These two have been a 1A, 1B as the best Crota players in the world for years, without a close third. Mice, please start us on these pivotal Crota players.
Robski was the first Crota player I kind of met. He was, very good Crota player. I met him in a Crota LOG, and he pretty much carried the entire time. He introduced me to Harry. Harry was also a very, very good player. At that time, he was kind of better than Robski, and it was noticeable. It took me a while to get good friends with Harry, but those two were known for dominating Crota, and they still are. If Harry wanted to come back and dominate Crota, he could, for sure. Same thing with Robski. Robski texted me the other day, he was like, I want to make a Crota team, and I was like, y'all got that. And, he couldn't find anybody to play with, but I know for a fact if he found somebody, he definitely probably could have gotten it. Crota right now is probably still the best record. It's like 2 seconds off absolute time lock. Me, Robski, and Harry kind of made current Crota gatekeeper dupe, which was cool. I was in class and we were talking about math stuff. Those two for sure, best Crota players without a doubt.
As far as Robski and Harry go, I don't think I've played with either of them. The main thing is obviously the PS4 versus Xbox, and I never wanted to get an Xbox just to play D1 as much fun as it would have been. I've talked to Harry very briefly. Recently, he sent me some messages asking about solo Crota and what my main time losses were. And so I expected to see a video in the next week of him beating it, but I guess he must not have ran it. And then, Robski, same thing. It was funny. I don't fully remember exactly what happened, but there was a kind of segment when after the Crota time had been beat, the team Crota time, where Robski was going to run on PS4, and then he ditched everyone on PS4 to go play Xbox and was like, oh, it's plan B. And I don't know why, but that was some weird Xbox PS4 classic beef that obviously everyone forgot about in a week anyway. But
as it always does.
Yeah, and then I think it was me, Tristan, kshiflett, Cam, Kavik, and oh god, why can't I remember now? Anyway, it was a team something like that, and we ran Crota for a really small amount of time doing dupe, and kshiflett and I probably spent fucking 20 hours in Crota on bridge trying to do this crazy dupe strat where you pocket sword. Anyway, we never actually ran with that because it was super inconsistent, but I remember we beat the non-dupe time by 6 seconds with dupe, which is a minute time save, so we just never posted it. And I don't think anyone knows that record ever happened, because it was only the record for a month until another team beat it, and it was just the shittest run ever. But as far as Robski and Harry, though I've never actually talked to them, they both seem like pretty chill guys. And Harry, I've watched the solo Crota videos quite a bit. I think he's, especially post AOT, definitely the most dominant, at least solo Crota player.
Without question.
And Robski, still to this day, with team Crota players and solo as well. I'm sure if he wanted the record, he could go get it in an instant.
Introducing the next person we bring in as a Crota player, Sepix. Sepix is a 7-time world record holder and a top-tier Warlock runner in Crota. Sepix was a part of the Xbox Crota A team for an entire year, always as the best Warlock for the team. A consistent Crota downer, he's one of the greatest raiders of all time.
So Sepix, not really someone that I've heard about that much. Definitely, I don't think I've ever talked to the guy, but really good Warlock player on Crota, and especially in team runs, having a consistent Warlock who isn't constantly missing fusions or bricking the fly if they ever do that, it makes a huge difference in a run.
Sepix, he was cool. Me and him were pretty good friends. Me and him did budgets hella. And then Robski was making a Crota team. And I was like, get Sepix, he's a really good warlock. What it was like, or Robski was like, alright, we'll see. And we got Sepix, didn't fuck up once. He wanted to do warlock. We were like, alright, fine. Very good warlock player. Pretty much anything about Crota he knew he could do. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Turning back the clock almost a decade, we have 3 new entries from the pre-D2 era, starting with Swetzical. Swetzical was the one who uploaded the first viral speedrun of Destiny to YouTube, was one of the fastest skaters in the game, and was a staple in speedruns in the 2016 era. Alongside him is Glad. The first to dive into many Crota challenges, varying from blindfolding to using a microphone and macro to solo kill him. Glad was also the first person to ever one-sword Crota on the 390 difficulty. Lastly, there is Baxley. Inventor of the Baxley skate, he set many records beside the Great Cruelty. Baxley is the owner of the longest-standing world record with an unheard of for the time 751 solo pre-AOT Crota, and was the earliest player to receive a unanimous induction into the top 100. Sham, we will go to you for these Crota players.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'll start off with Sweat. Yeah, a lot of team speeds with those. I remember watching them when I was younger, right? Because 2016, that would have been like 7 years ago, so I was 11, and watching these guys do these runs with everyone, because it used to be everyone backed out and kept rejoining over and over and over again.
They never, so they wouldn't get weight. Yeah, I remember that.
And that strat to me was so like insane and the most game breaking thing. And looking at that to now what tech is so crazy. But yeah, I mean, Sweat, crazy team records, and they held the pre-AOT for such a long time. And that team, like Redeem, was kind of just unbeatable at the time. And I think they're, as much as their legacy might not be the same in D2, it's still pretty crazy how they, they're set in stone in D1.
Mm-hmm.
As far as Glad, yeah, I mean, dude, I saw challenges and just how crazy good of a solar player he was. It's pretty funny watching back. I remember I recently watched a video of him going back over all of his solo Crota challenges in D1, and it's just it's ridiculous. Like and the creativity that it took to come up with those. I know that was a huge.
Who gets out Guitar Hero equipment for this shit? Like that's something. If people watched the extended intro, that's what they saw there. That's Glad right there, just casually doing that, suit and tie and all. It's crazy.
It's super funny, but yeah, I mean, just a crazy good player, and yeah, as you mentioned, first trying solo Crota on 390 is just like stupid.
Some respect for the originality. Like he did some shit that was out of pocket, like the Rock Band controller shit for Crota that you really had to think outside the box to get to even like attempt. So props to Glad for being original. I don't know. As content creators, they do a really good job getting people into the game. Like back in the day when a lot of speedrunners started playing, these were the people that they were looking at their videos going, holy shit, I want to do that.
The first time I saw somebody hit a Baxley, I was like, wait, you could just like go across without the bridge, period? Like I had never seen at that point, like this is, very, very early on in my Destiny career. I had never seen, somebody head off to the right and then sword swing across. Literally my first exposure to all of this like elite level rating was seeing Baxley way back in 2016, 2017, hitting all of these insane, like what I thought at the time was like, dude, this is like a pixel perfect route you gotta take. You gotta skate so fast. And I cannot tell you like just how many other people thought exactly like me at the time about, it's like, these guys, there's no way anybody in the world is better than these guys, because they're doing all of this so incredibly difficult stuff, and they're doing it like so easily, so effortlessly. They they had such an impact on the game early on, and there's a lot of things that they started in speedrunning that we still use today.
Yeah, before and after, a little bit after D2 came out, I think these were really the guys who started kind of the wave of thinking outside the box with this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Baxley created the Baxley, of course. Baxley knew Crota very, very, very well. Baxley is probably in my current knowledge, he was probably the first, like, very good Crota player. I mean, maybe there was somebody before him, I don't know, but I did talk to him, and he was a cool guy. Like, he knew everything about Crota. I could ask him anything.
But yeah, and then Baxley, obviously creator of the Baxley, which is one of the most, like, important bits of tech in Crota, like, just whether that's as a team or, like, solo. And I mean, yeah, the longest standing solo Crota record, which will never be beat, I don't think. I remember Baxley's runs I would watch constantly. Like, I think I was the biggest Redeem fanboy when I was, 11, 12. And I would constantly, like, just rewatch Baxley's, like, solo Crota record. And I remember I really, really wanted to try and run for it, but I was so horrendous at the game that it just never happened. And it's one of those things that even now I'd love to go back and try running it, but just without being able to have Fellwinters on. That's the main thing, right? Because artifacts aren't in
They don't exist
pre-OT
back then
anymore. So you just can't really do Abyss Fly. Like, you can, but it's way more inconsistent, and obviously 30 FPS is a huge pain. But yeah, I mean, Baxley, probably my favorite D1 player, just because of how much, like, how religiously I watched his videos. And yeah, that 751 especially. I swear to God, I could tell you every single line from that video. But it's yeah, it was cool. Those guys were all, like, such legends to me when I was a kid, and they definitely are a huge part as far as, like, why I decided to start speedrunning the game.
Member of the most recent PlayStation Crota record team, T-R- is here. His 3 career world records in both Crota and King's Fall help him achieve a sub 1 hour speed rank. Previously holding a record in the Crota Duo category and earning the title as one of the greatest King's Fall hunters of all time, he is an all-time Destiny Raider. Mice, I'll get your thoughts on this entry to start.
When I first went to PlayStation, I did some Crota, and T-Dash was there, and he was probably the Crota player on PlayStation. Very good at play, like, was just an all-around very good Crota player. Very cool guy too. Me and him got to be pretty good friends, like, pretty much instantly. I was, like, in the party when he was teaching people Crota stuff. Like I said, like, could pretty much do anything on Crota.
Yeah, so T-R- or T-or Tristan, really good friend of mine. We've ran Duo Crota so much, and yeah, I mean, it sucks that our time got beat now twice, first by Robski and G5, and then again by Robski and Harry, which, to be fair, is a fitting duo to hold that title. But
if any two were gonna do it.
Yeah, if any two were gonna do it. I mean, I'd love to go back and run it again one day, but it's one of those things where I'd only run it with Tristan again, and I don't. We've talked about it, and it's like, it's just not something that we're gonna sink time into again. But I mean, yeah, great player in both Crota and, as you mentioned, King's Fall hunter, really, really good, like, all around, and just a chill guy to talk to. I think the worst part about playing with Tristan is the fact that he's British, meaning he's British and and time zone difference. So dude's like 11 hours ahead.
Yeah.
Constantly. So actually finding a time to get some runs in was borderline impossible. But yeah, just a good player all around.
A former clan member with All in Wall, Harry Esk, is also one of the greatest raiders to ever play. Held records in both King's Fall and in Crota, and is a very consistent top 3 runner in every team he has been on, and certainly has one of the smoothest voices in the game. we introduce him alongside his good friend Uncupied Candy. A 1 hour, 8 minute time and 1300 Crota clears, most of which coming from the level 33 difficulty. He was a one-of-a-kind player that left the game as a phenomenal King's Fall and Crota player. Wall, I'll let you speak on these two first.
Alright, so Death Guy, one of my besties from 2020. At the time, really genuinely, I believe he was the best at most things at Crota. He was our one down, he was hitting despawn very fast, and he was very active in helping us find stratch and shit. He was always online when we were like just looking for shit on Crota, which was a lot.
There's a big thing, although I never did like competitive speedruns with these two in Crota. I do need to mention something about Candy's ability on Crota, even if it's on like, you know, a lower budget level. He taught me a lot of fundamentals that I still use today. Like I didn't know at the time that he taught me this that, you know, if you're coming across, because he taught me this before PDR was invented, so basically it was like the way to get back was you have to bring the sword over and then die on the edge of the bridge. He taught me that a lot simpler to pass over swords, because all you have to do is use the momentum that you've already built up trying to get across the bridge to toss the sword over to where it's like halfway on the plate. You don't have to like edge up with the person on there and then risk them dying, and then you can die and self-res or die and get revived depending on your difficulty. There's just a lot of small things that I think this guy had perfected and really like never got to showcase it, and I have tons of respect for him showing me, who was, you know, I was terrible at Crota, still am terrible at Crota, but you know, showing one of the little guys how to get better at it.
Death Guy was really one of those guys who would like he would talk to anybody. Like you could have downloaded the game 2 days ago, and if you caught on to a sense of humor and you played into the jokes and you laughed and you weren't a dick, he would play with you. Like, it didn't matter. He was one of those people who was really responsible for like information flowing throughout the community and not just staying in one group. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Harry S. Another very fun guy to talk to. He was a really great warlock. I remember that jump over the death barrier to get across bridge was something that he did flawlessly without talking about. We didn't even know it was difficult. And then we found out because no one else could do it, and they were trying to figure out what the fuck he was doing. But this guy hit it every time, no problem, and never said a word. So that was kind of silly. He was really an exemplary warlock, yeah.
Formerly known as Bizzle, Partly has been an outstanding Crota player for the 2020s. While never holding a world record, he was an extremely consistent member of several elite raid teams and was also a great Wrath player. As I have played with him several times, I will start us off on him. Simply put, Bizzle has the worst load speeds in the entirety of the top 100. Because he played in early 2020, and it was at that time that, like, we were starting to get SSDs before next-gen consoles were a thing. We would get SSDs and put Destiny in that, plug that into our console, and then we'd have what were considered fast loads. If you play Destiny 1 on a next-gen console, these are the only load speeds you've ever known. But Bizzle had the worst because I don't know why. He had to have been working on like the worst Xbox, like the worst hard drives you could find. Every single black screen, wipe screen, whatever it was that you would see in Crota, he just made it longer. And that's bad for Crota because the black screen between Abyss skip or Abyss ending and bridge starting, the timer doesn't stop there, so it's a guaranteed time loss just having him in your team. And despite that, Bizzle was still on a lot of Crota record teams. He kind of showed up at a bad time, to where it's like they didn't have the players that Robski and Harry were known to dominate with. Mice hadn't really gotten his feet wet yet. But it's like, he's so fast at skating and he's so good at Crota that despite being a guaranteed time loss from the black screen taking so much longer, he was still a part of all these record teams, and it's very, very impressive.
Bizzle. Me and him go way back. Very good Crota player. Skated hella quick. We would have him on last sword because of how fast he skated. It was kind of funny because he was in Australia, and we would always blame him for slow load times.
He did have really bad loads, though, but yeah.
Yeah. And I don't remember if we got a record with him, but I know we were on pace for something crazy with him.
No, he never got a world record.
Yeah, okay. So I know we were on pace for something crazy, but I think something happened on Destiny or something, but like I said, he was, in terms of like skating, that motherfucker was the best skater I've ever seen. Like, I was crazy at it. And he said he didn't have a macro. I don't know how true that is, but I mean, we would pretty much only get him for last sword because of how fast he skated.
In 2015, Bungie released their third and to this day most revolutionary DLC. With that came the King's Fall raid, and years later we are discussing those who have best exemplified their greatness against the Taken King. Straight out of New Hampshire, we will begin with our segment guest to start King's Fall, Secuo. Secuo is a 3-time world record holder and member of the team that broke the 20-minute barrier for King's Fall. One of the best Orb Gen players over the last several years, and owner of a 1-hour flat time, my good friend joins us here today. What's your initial reactions to hearing you are voted in to be one of the 100 greatest Destiny 1 raiders of all time?
I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I did not think I was getting in, so to get in was pretty fire. That was dope to hear. I'm pretty proud considering how long I've been in the community. But yeah, that's it. I mean, it's pretty cool.
That's great to hear. So, definitely the most notable thing, certainly in recent times, as to the surface level knowledge of why you're here, is going to be the sub 20-minute barrier break. What was kind of like your journey to getting into these teams, as well as getting the record where it is today?
My journey started off with my good friend Riku Shiesty, or as everyone knows him, X-Ultimate X-Riku. He invited me to do speeds and never did a single fucking one with me. He has not, to this day, not done one. But he introduced me to some pretty big ballers that I'm very happy to be friends with to this day, Fieri and Taco. And they taught me everything from being, a bad budget to eventually being King's Fall record material. So I started off when I got my first record at 21 minutes 10 seconds for King's Fall. That was with our replacement backup for Fieri at the time being Axon. And then literally less than 24 hours later, we went and got the 2101. After that, we took a break for a bit and then lost the record to PlayStation with a 2038 and I think maybe one or two other records that were minor improvements, until we decided we were going to run again and eventually got 1952.
He was a cool guy. He kind of did all the carry roles, but I mean, at the same time, he was good at them. I mean, he's gotten a couple KF records. He had, he had one record that stood for a while.
Did 1952 last a while? Because that's the most recent one that he has.
I think so, yeah. That one lasted quite a bit. He was good. He was pretty good, like, pretty much all of them, but, like, he never really did anything exceptional. Like, at the roles that he did do, he was good at them. Never really messed up on transition that much. He was pretty good at daughters. Like, there was never a problem with him on the team.
Onwell, any closing thoughts on Secuo?
Secuo was always there to make sure that if it was ever quiet for more than 20 seconds, it wasn't anymore.
Thank you for your input. A 10-time world record holder, King 32 Slayer is a part of the 100 Greatest Raiders. King was critical to discovering the King's Fall aura duplication, and most recently tied the 1929 KF record time. Joining him are two of his teammates, and we will start with Jugger. Jugger joined King on several of those PlayStation King's Fall records, and helped create the totem strats that we use today. Jugger set 6 world records, most of which came from King's Fall. 5 world records and 5 King's records, we have You Loved. You Loved helped in the aura dupe strats and has a scorching 56 minute 23 second speed rank. King actually had like a huge part of help in this. Not so much like at the start when we were making the list itself, but like later on in like patching holes with like record totals from the PlayStation guys. He's been very, very helpful with that part. An all-around great guy, and as we pointed out in his intro segment, a lot of King's Fall world records. There's very few people, actually, who have more King's Fall world records in their career than he does. I think that, like, if you were to make what I'm going to call, like, a starting 6 King's Fall team, like, if you were going to grab every single player who's ever played King's Fall and you wanted to do a speed run, who would be on that team? I think King 32 Slayer is a member of that King's Fall team. And I say this knowing he's going to be watching this. Thank you for everything you've done, King. Really appreciate it. Congratulations on getting in the top 100.
I love King. Me and King are like best buds. Same with Jugger. Jugger's also a really cool guy. Both of them, or I guess King is very, very good at King's Fall. He is, like I said, like very, very good. Like me and him would kind of go back and forth on who's better at King's Fall. In terms of Titan, I think me and him are very, very close when it comes to King's Fall. I definitely would not run without him. He doesn't know Hunter, but I mean, he doesn't really need to. He's probably going to be on Titan anyway. Just all around, never really messed up. He kind of went through a rough patch when it came to relics, but I mean, past relics, one of the best players, one of the best King's Fall players for sure. Jugger, he was a good right floating. He kind of got a little bit iffy at the end because of his, like, he smoked weed hella, but I mean, in general, that guy was really good. I kind of feel bad because I kind of took over his role, but like as a player, I mean, he had a bunch of the PS records. Very good player. And he's also really cool. I love that guy.
You Loved is a really good description of what this project is as a whole, because it was only early on in his record speedrunning career that he was doing a lot of the hard jobs, especially when he was doing IRB, which he was, fine at. I think it's fair to admit. But he's been moving around within the King's Fall, which by itself adds value to his teams, because now they can get, whoever they have running whoever they have specializing in IRB, or whoever they want to do whatever role across all the encounters. If he can be flexible within it, that adds value, because that means they can have a top player doing carry or replacement stuff while they have specialists doing some of the harder jobs. And I think that gets lost a lot in the whole grand process of, well, what did they do in the record? It's not like he can't do these things. It's just he didn't because they have Brady to just do all of the running right now in IRB. Kind of like Atomic, he displays, greatness, and that's why he's on this list. Greatness over talent, as we've been saying for probably the last year at this point. But congratulations to you, Loved. We just discussed 3 of your competitors. Now let's talk about a teammate of yours, Secuo. It is the man out of Flavortown, California. The Fieri guy is the next person we bring into this King's Fall group. Owning an outstanding speedrunning career, Fieri achieved 10 world records, 8 of which were from King's Fall. The former IRB runner for the King's record teams and member of the 1929 current record squad, Secuo, I'll let you start on your friend here.
Oh, where do I start? Fieri's been a pretty big mentor of mine since I started running, and he was the former IRB runner who did get replaced for others, but I mean, even if he can't skate the fastest, he's still damn well consistent, and I love to see him take the scenic route on relics.
I mean, yeah, it should be noted, like, even if you're not a very fast skater, to be put on IRB is, like, one of the most important roles you can have for King's Fall Speed, certainly today. So,
yes.
To not be a great skater and still, have that spot to your name, I think that's pretty cool.
Not to mention the fact that he has shaken hands with Keemstar. That is a pretty cool moment.
Hey, we might as well add that to his career resume.
He asked me to. I had to sneak it in somewhere.
Can't tell if Fieri likes me or not. Me and Fieri, we were like really good friends at the start. Me and him would always fight over the 6th spot. They would always pick Fieri, so he was really good.
But he's the melting goat.
Yeah. He got me and him were fighting over, like I said, their 6th spot, and he got his first record before me, King's Fall, and I mean, I was so proud of him. I was like hyping him up and shit. Really cool guy, very good at relics. Always kind of had me struggling to get better. I don't know, that guy, me and him kind of made each other better, I feel like, in my opinion. I would get better than him, then he'd get better than me. Like, we would go back and forth, but really cool guy, really good at King's Fall. Definitely, for sure, really good at King's Fall.
He's the all-time leader in King's Fall clears, and by no small margin. As the only member of the 3000 King's Fall Clear Club, God's Guacamole is an all-time King's Fall great. God's Guac has perfected every fundamental at every encounter, and doing so primarily as a hunter. Gods also has the reputation as one of the most impactful players for any King's Fall team, especially in the 390 difficulty. I would really like to start off with one thing that he is also in a category of 1 for. If you have ever played a 390 Oryx with this guy, it's like having a 7th player to triple up in middle. So, Secuo, I don't know if you remember this, but the glitch that, I believe it was Axis Bake who discovered this, where you can pop your hammers and then you'll be in 3rd person while torn between dimensions and you can shoot your guns and stuff like that.
I did not know about that.
Yeah, that was one of the theoretical strategies when we were trying to come up with low man daughter strats, but it was pretty quickly tossed out. But this guy refused to abandon the idea that it was useful for something, so he brings it into Oryx and perfected it. He runs around and kills ogres at the same time because he is so consistent with barring early tears and stuff like that, or just RNG related stuff. He will run around the plates and sleeper ogres at the same time. And there is nobody else who can do that. Certainly no one else who can do it with regularity. There's not a ton a single person can do in a 390 King's Fall LFG, especially at Oryx. But man, this guy's going to try.
I've played with him here and there. The couple of times I have played with him, really cool guy, like I said with everybody else. But he would just kind of chill, and he would always be playing with his friends, and they would just casually do 390s just fucking back to back with ease. You know, like sub fucking 40 LFGs without even trying. Very good LFG KF player for sure.
Quite possibly the most versatile player to touch King's Fall, Pumpkin is a King's Fall legend. (1,500 clears in a sub-hour speed rank), Pump held 5 King's Fall world records as the most dynamic Hunter-Titan combo of his generation. An easy addition to the 100 greatest raiders. We will kick it off to you, Mice.
Pump is notorious for missing Nighthawk. Whenever he didn't brick, he... very good. I mean, he's had a lot of records, so I mean, that's a feat that not a lot of people can have. He's had quite a few records in both Wrath and King's Fall. He was a very good King's Fall player. He was very good at relics, for sure. I kind of feel bad because, I mean, the way he quit wasn't a very nice way of quitting, but, I mean, as a player, he was very good at King's Fall. I'm not going to deny it.
Pump was like, it wasn't just King's Fall. If there was a Wrath or a King's Fall, Pump was often in it. He did a lot of budgets, and he ran a lot back when Lagoons were playing. I don't want to make any false claims, but I'm pretty sure he's like probably done the most running out of a lot of people. He's ran a lot of shit.
Pumpkin and I ended on some of the worst terms I've ever ended a friendship on, especially one as close as I was with Pump for a while, because I was upset with my own personal standing within, or my own personal viewing within the Destiny speedrunning community, and I just wanted nothing to do with anything speedrunning related, and I like forcefully cut myself off from it, and I took a year and a half off, and in that time, Pumpkin built one of the most impressive speedrunning resumes, like, of anybody in that time frame. Because when I came back and I was like, you know, catching up on the process of, hey, what did I miss out on? What was I not present for? Especially when making this project, what was I not present for? So that I could have a greater understanding of what I'm talking about when I get to the people who peaked in for the majority of 2021 and the first half of 2022 when I was still kind of tuning out all of runs. And it's like, yeah, no, this guy, like, his ceiling when I left the game was like, hey, he could be the best King's Fall player in the world. He could be the best hunter. He could be the best hunter and Titan. And he fulfilled that completely. I'm very, very impressed with what he did. Congratulations on him to making the top 100, fully deserving of it. I'm very, very happy to see him in here. Thought there were only 3 PlayStation players in the King's Fall Hall of Fame? Well, think again, because Gerwin454 is here. Inventor of the Gerwin slide and a multiple-time King's Fall world record holder, he was a unanimous addition and joins OK Alex. Alex has 6 career King's Fall world records and currently owns 3 of the 4 raid records, as well as the fastest raid report of 53 minutes, 38 seconds. Generating orbs for a lot of those teams was Boots Electrics. Boots was alongside him for 3 of those King's Fall times, and as well as aiding strat development for most of the modern records. Let's begin on these 3 here.
Gerwin made a lot of the strats. He made the fucking Death Warp, I think, too, because I was on PlayStation and they were like, can you do Gerwin? And I thought they were talking about, like,
the Gerwin
slide. Ship slide. And I was like, yeah. I was like, I mean, I guess. And then they were like, oh, like Death Warp. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't even know he made that, but, I mean, he was just very good at, like, transition stuff. Like, he made Gerwin slide. Just remember, like, everybody trying to get good at it. Everybody was like, holy shit, this is crazy. Like, in order to even do Gerwin, like, as a, like, the first person to do it, Like, it's a very hard slide in general, and for him to do it without nobody ever doing it before, like, it's kind of crazy to do. Had a couple of records before. Very good KF player.
Boots, I'm gonna talk on Boots here because I'm gonna defend my fellow Orb Jenner. Boots is much more well-rounded than a lot of people might give him credit for. He runs a lot of King's Fall because that's kind of what's been run, not necessarily exclusively, but like it's been the most prominently run raid of the last like 8 months or so, and that's where they've gotten most of the records. But Boots he's pretty much good at everything that I've seen him try, and he's not on Orb Gen out of a sense of like, you know, he can't do anything else. Very, very clearly can, but more so of like the talent pool in raiding today is just so high that all-time players are just left on it by default more so than like, you know, needing another person or needing to get carried. So that's what I have to say for him. Alex is one of the best players currently in the game. He's very, very good at Hunter, very, very good at any of the Titan roles. And we talked about this during the well-rounded segment earlier with, like, you know, the almost rotating title of greatest raider of all time. If you were to make the list of, like, who's next, who's got like some of the shortest paths to taking Z-Rear's title of greatest raider of all time, Alex is up there. We talked about kshiflett as well, having a very short one. Of course, Twoozy, if he continues to keep playing, he is next in line. But Alex is like up there for greatest raider ever. An Auric solo specialist and well-versed King's Fall player, Valkyrim was voted into this list. Valkyrim held the record for most decorated King's Fall solo player for over a year until other players in our solo category came to compete with him. An all-time great Hunter player, I'll start with your thoughts, All-in-Wall.
Pretty cool to see all that solo work stuff emerge and develop. It's kind of interesting how for a number of years something can be so boring and challenging and frustrating to most of the player base, and then with this type of game, one person just takes it and flips it on its head and they become the guy. He was kind of the Oryx guy for a while. Not much of a speedrunner, but he did some interesting shit. Thought outside the box.
I mean, I've raided with him quite a few times, and despite him being quite the character, you know, he always made the raid feel a bit easier. That's all I can say on him.
I think Valkyrim is a really good glue guy for a team in the case that, you know, he's not always going to be the guy making the flashiest plays or deadlifting a budget the hardest. But if you need a quality Hunter for your team, you know, no matter if you're going for sub 30 or sub, 24 times, he's a great player to add to that. He's a very, very underrated Hunter Shade player. He didn't like post all his clips of like super fast Shade kills or something like that. But anytime we're in a run, he gets it done. You know, he was right up there with at his time. ATL and Bosch were probably the best Hunters out there. He was right up with them. I'm gonna have to talk about myself in the third person for a second because that's what the script says. Formerly known as CurvyMage78, Sarmia78 is a 3-time King's Fall world record holder and one of 4 players to have held a record in each King's Fall difficulty. Sarmia broke the power slide ammo limit 11 times and is the second best pure power slider of all time. (2,000 clears, a 1 hour 7 minute time, an all-time fundamentals freak, and the slowest Titan skater in the top 100. So I've had quite some time to think about what I want to say here, what I want to use this time for. I I'd like to start with saying I'm very, very thankful that the 14 people who voted on me determined I am worthy of this recognition. But I think there's a lot of people who were very talented players and have a more deserving spot than me here. And I want to also take some time to thank all the people that got me to this position here. The first is I want to thank the group of friends that I started out Destiny with. I wouldn't have gotten into Destiny without them. That would be Jetster J, Banified, and Dallin12378. I'm very, very happy that all of you took the times out of your days to spend some time in Crucible with me, accumulating absurd amounts of red dots in King's Fall, and I love all of you so much. Pradith, you were a cornerstone in me being able to have a friend on Destiny and feel comfortable amongst all the turmoil in my personal life. Clawifii, thank you for pushing me to take a mental break from the game. Of course, my best friend Trinity. I'm only in a position to make this video because of your tireless support. I think I need to thank Tuzi. I don't become even a tenth of the raider I am if he didn't have the faith to throw me into the fire and see how I do in, you know, the sub 20 vogs or whatever. Thank you all so much. I mean this so much. This game has meant so much to me for the last 8 years that I've been playing it. This community means so much to me. This project means so much to me. I wouldn't be here without any of you guys. Thank you so much. I am very, very grateful to receive this honor. Listrick is a 7-time world record holder, 5-time King's Fall world record holder, and owner of the 1929 current King's record. Listrick achieved a world record first in 2020 and most recently in August of this year. An elite route runner and owner of a 1-hour flat time, one of my favorite additions to these King's Fall legends.
Listrick's a decent player. I mean, there's not really much, exceptional about him. I mean, he can kind of do what there is to do. Not more, not less, but, I mean, with Secula, there's no bad thing with him on the team.
Listrick is kind of categoryless in terms of what he can do in King's Fall. He isn't Fury on Meltings, he isn't Taco on IRB, not even Danger on Orbgen. But what he does do is play a 9 out of 10 at everything off Hunter in the raid. It's no coincidence that he has the current record because he's so valuable to the current teams now.
I had to fight pretty hard to get Listrick into the top 100. I thought he was a very deserving pick, and I was present, of course, when doing the voting process, and anytime a person didn't know something about them or wanted more information on a certain top 200 person that we had there, I was there to provide that. And I think Sekuo put it pretty well when he goes how Listrick is categoryless. I've seen Listrick play just about everything within a speedrun, or at least within a King's Fall. He's really good at that. Is very versatile within a King's Fall, but he's never been he's going to get the most cracked, right 6-part you'll ever see, because he's not that good. He's not Corey at that, or whoever you want to put as your best right part. But for the most part, he's usually given what I would call above average roles, in the sense that it's whoever's kind of leading the team in the speedrun is going to give the player those kind of roles because they trust them more, which is going to be the desync for totems. He'll be put on meltings if we don't have Fieri for that. He can do all of those things. He just most of the time doesn't need to, but King's Fall is one of those raids where it's you could probably do you can divvy up 90% of the workload between 4 or 5 people, So often in these speedruns, at every level, world record, budget, LFG, you name it, there's going to be one person who just ends up not doing as much, but that's not a reflection of them as a player, and that has a lot to do with how Listrick has been perceived both when he was getting into speedrunning in 2020 and then what he's been doing in the last couple of years. 8 world records, 4 from King's Fall, HP 5007 is here. HP set many of his records in low-man categories and was also the first person to ever record a 370 siege engine solo. He is joined by DonAntonio HM26. The Don currently holds every single minor category King's Fall record and is now a member of the 100 Greatest Raiders. I want to get this point out here because there's literally like nothing I can do within the credit sequence to like truly say this, but nobody has been more helpful to me in this project than DonAntonio. Don is like this, he has such a good understanding of the history of speedrunning, especially since he became a part of the community. It would be like, hey, I don't know how many world records player A has, and he goes, all right, let me think about it for a second, because he doesn't have all these written down. He just has this encyclopedia in his brain, and he would just go, all right, here's how many records, here's what the times were. Most of the time, he'll be able to get who was with him in that record, and like, I cannot tell you just how helpful that was for this project, because, like, I could, put down everyone's record totals, but they would be probably wildly inaccurate across most of the names. I would just be going off of SRC, what they've uploaded on YouTube, what I can remember personally. So thank you very, very much, Don, for all the help that you've given here. But as for player DonAntonio, he only ran minor categories because he was just interested in kind of all things speedrunning, and that never really amounted to becoming part of the A team on the any percent categories. But it was just like, if you're running King's Fall, and I mean like any form of King's Fall, DonAntonio is going to be happy to join you, and he can do just about anything within it. I've never seen him do some of the jobs like Orb Gen, but anyway, Orb Gen. He's very good at right side relics. He's very good at Golgroth transition, even though he tends to not do the power slide because he's done the he got the Sunbreaker one optimized so much. Yeah, very good player, deserving of this spot in my opinion. And thank you for your help with the project, Don.
Don's an interesting character. I know he tried for a very long time to get Death Warp under his belt. That guy would just go in and Death Warp transitions, and he was good at it. He was pretty good at relics. Nothing crazy, but I mean he was good enough. Before man, he was a good 4-man player for sure. I remember they asked me to be on the team, and I played with them for a little bit with like Paco, Don, and Fieri, and Don like never messed up that much, and Don was just like he'd do what he needed to do.
HP recubbed my first Axis solo. If you go on my raid report and you see that Warlock solo on my fucking Wrath, I have never soloed that motherfucker on a Warlock. That was HP. HP also, I believe, he might have been in the first fire teams to get 2-man 1-phase hard mode Axis. It's like, I don't really remember him being a King's Fall player. I thought he was one of the well-respected people when I first started.
Yeah, HP was mostly just like a present and very prominent community member during like the glitching revolution, when like breaching was released to the public and being implemented in speedruns, when Park Glitch was first becoming viable. he was kind of there for that, and because of that, accumulated a lot of world's first solo challenges in that way. But when you look at his speedrunning resume, it's like a lot of all over the place, especially in the low man category stuff. Like I know he did a trio VOG. He's probably done like pre-AOT or like some micro Crota challenges, but it was like Wrath challenges, other minor category stuff, and then 6 and 4 man King's Fall. He did a lot of that, and it's because of those that he's in the top 100. The final raid specialists we introduce come from the Wrath of the Machine raid. In the Year 3 expansion Rise of Iron, Guardians took their attention back to Earth where the Fallen have found Siva, and it's our job to take down their deity Axis. As with the previous raids, we will begin with our segment guest, I'm Not a Zoomer. I'm Not a Zoomer is a versatile Wrath player and one of the best overall players in history. Inventor of the Zoomer route and an all-time double right player, Zoomer held a handful of records from 2020 to the present day and has done so in multiple raids. Zoomer is another well-rounded player that goes in as a raid specialist due to his sheer Wrath ability. The current King's Fall record holder and a near-unanimous addition to the top 100, he joins us here today. Zoomer, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey guys, what up? It's me, I'm Not a Zoomer. Maybe you've heard of me, or maybe you played with me in LFGs or budgets. But I guess I'd call myself a D1 speedrunner. I started playing D1 back in 2017. I don't really remember much of it, but fast forward to quarantine, that's when I truly started getting into the game. I met up with an old guy. He got me into speedrunning, or he sort of introduced me to the scene. Then I wasn't really a fan of it, but there was a guy named XGN Zen, or better known as Zen Taken. Zen is Taken. He sort of taught me some strats, and that's when I got hooked onto speedrunning. Then I started looking on LG for a bunch of posts where I could do speedrunning. I was kind of addicted. And I got into a team with Danger Bakes, Bosch, Duality, and a bunch of people like that. That's when I really started falling in love with the speedrun scene. And I started doing Wrath. Wrath was my first ever record when I was on a record team. That was my first ever raid when I was on a record team. So I started off on Split Pink, on the baby rolls, on the K rolls. I wasn't trusted as much as I was now. But over time, they sort of put me on the more difficult roles, maybe because they wanted to do the easier roles because it was more chill, or they saw potential in me. But I started doing double right. I was bad at it at first, but then after doing more research, I stumbled upon Scrub's POV on his record, and I started to imitate his double right. And that's what sort of started me on my path of perfecting double right. Over time, I just started to fall in love with Wrath, honestly. I started doing even more difficult roles like bottom skate. Then I started doing, going to phase 1, wall slides, axis phase 1 slides, then meltings. Honestly, what made me good at Wrath wasn't the fact that I was good at my roles, but it was wanting to do the more difficult roles that people didn't want to do. That's honestly what made me a Wrath player that stood above the others. And I feel like that's why I'm on this list. It's not because I was good at the game, it's because I wanted to do things that were difficult. But yeah, that's how I went from being a Split Pink newbie that wasn't trusted with any roles to being a double right. Fucking pro, I guess you could call it. It was just by doing the roles that nobody else wanted to do. But yeah, that's my story.
That's probably the best intro we've had so far. Thank you, Zoomer.
Alright, you say that to everybody. Don't fucking lie to me, okay? You say that to everybody.
No. Axis Bake is an easy addition to the 100 Greatest Raiders and is one of the most unique players within it. The only perfect hybrid of solo and speedrunner, Axis Bake has held multiple raid records and became the first player to complete the solo flawless Wrath challenge. There are so many things we can discuss about him, but I really want to punch in this point right here. We think of soloing and speedrunning as a sliding scale. If you're more of one, then you are less of the other. Bake is both in extreme degrees. He held world records in 3 out of the 4 raids. He was a fixture on every one of those Route Wrath teams, but he's also done some incredible solo feats. First ever Vostok Phase 2 solo, soloing every possible encounter at the time of his retirement, and of course the aforementioned solo Flawless Wrath. Really, it can't be overstated just how amazing this guy is. I'll let you give it a try, Mice.
Bake. I mean, he found Box, I think, right? He found Box.
I think he found Box, yeah, but that the biggest, I'll point out, the biggest narrative point that we have with Bake is that he's probably the greatest Wrath player, but also he's the only perfect hybrid of solo and speedrunner. He's the only S-tier speedrunner and S-tier solo player. Maybe not S-tier speedrunner, but the only one who's really good at both.
Bake, I mean, yeah, like you said, he was perfect hybrid of speedrunning and solos. I was streaming one time on a solo Axis, and he actually came into my stream and pretty much walked me through how to solo Axis, and that was pretty cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, me and him, like, we were talking for like 30 minutes of just like life stuff, so yeah, like he was able to pretty much walk me through how to solo Axis in a Twitch chat. So I mean, like, I would always, the first videos of Destiny speedrunning I've seen was him on Wrath, and it would just be like crazy POVs. He wasn't a very good skater, but I mean,
he did not have pretty skating, no, but everything else was great.
Yeah, his skating made up for it for sure, or not his skating, his skill made up for it for sure. I mean, yeah, I didn't play with him, but from what I've seen and heard, he's definitely probably one of, if not the best Wrath player, like as a raid, for sure.
Zoomer, what about you on Bake?
So Axis, I don't really have a close relationship to him, but I did know of him. Honestly, back in 2020, it'd be hard to find any speedrunner that didn't know of Axis. He was sort of the face of Wrath. A lot of things he did, I took inspiration of, except for his solos. I'm not a solo player, but his Axis Phase 1, 2, his box, I took inspiration from a lot of it. Overall, Axis is a very, very solid Wrath player who pioneered almost all of Wrath as it is now. A very good player.
All in well?
Louis Beast Mode was a fucking inspiration to basically everybody playing at the time. And it's kind of, when you look at Louis' channel and the stuff he was doing, and then you look at solo fucking content creators now and speedrunners now, and you compare, you can really see, like, at what point the community started to change the way they played. Do you know what I mean? It's like a split the Destiny timeline kind of post and pre-access bake, honestly. He was like, back in his day, he was the most popular dude on the game. People started fucking naming themselves after the dude.
Now that we have discussed the Wrath Goat, let's move on to the newest 100 member, Boki. Boki is a 2-time record holder in both Wrath and Crota, and holder for the title of the fastest initial hit at a scorching 11 seconds. Let's talk about him now.
Me and Boki are boys. I mean, I'll go to the grave saying he's the best initial.
That is not a hot take. He has had an 11-second initial before.
Yeah, people kind of go back and forth between Grandpa being the best initial and Boki. I would say Boki, without a doubt. You know, like, I would see this guy move, and it would be, like, I didn't even know a Titan could move that way, like, honestly.
And he doesn't need sword ammo either. He'll do it with a sword hilt out and still get, sub 14 times.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, he would get 16s and be like, that's so shit. And, like...
Dude, we are now still on record pace. What?
Yeah, like, I don't know. That guy was... personally... I don't even think anybody comes close to him. Like, I'm kind of dick-sucking right now, but that guy is so fucking good at initial. It's crazy. Unfortunately, his mentality kind of restricted him towards getting better at like Wrath as a whole. I mean, he had pretty good engine skates, or not engine skates. What did he do? Warhead? I don't remember what he did, but he had pretty good part skates. He did meltings on Axis. That was pretty good. He was a pretty good meltings player, but I mean, he put pretty much all of his skill points in initial. Overall, he was a pretty good Wrath player, but I will go to the grave saying that he is the best initial player, not even close.
Zoomer, what about you on Boki?
He was not good at all when I first met him. He was just, I mean, nobody, to clarify, nobody ever starts off good, but this guy, he had the biggest ego. Man, he was just a twerp. But it's good to see him doing well now. I'm not surprised that he's one of the best Wrath players. When it came to initial, honestly, I think he's best. It's a tie between him and Grandpa. I haven't run a lot with Boki, but I think he's definitely the best initial I've ever ran with. He's very good at Wrath now. And I respect where he's come from.
Teammates with Axis Bake multiple times, we have the next Wrath player to introduce, SS Scrub. Maybe the most naturally talented raider the game has ever seen, Scrub is the inventor of the Thermite and Song Axis strategy and noted as one of the most consistent speedrunners of his generation. A very fast learner, he was unanimously voted into the 100 greatest raiders. So, we all know the story with him since his retirement from the game. However, when the voting process was going on, I heavily stressed on voting on the player, not the person. So we're just going to be talking about Destiny for a bit, and as we discuss the player Scrub, there'll be a whole lot of good things we can remark about. I think you, All on Wall, have some things we can discuss.
Scrub was an interesting dude. He only ever ran when he felt like it, and when he did feel like it, he was basically able to watch a video of a strat and then replicate it perfectly in the next 5 minutes. He was doing basically all the hard jobs and all the raids he was in. And then he went to D2 and started doing it some more. So you could say a lot of things about the man, but you can't say he's bad at Destiny.
Scrub, he's a lot like a few of the people on this list, like Axis. Back when I first started playing Wrath and I was making a name for myself, I never actually played with Scrub. I just heard of him. And I know him best for his double right, because like I said, I took inspiration off of him. He's a solid player, and he pioneered. Definitely a good player on Wrath. Not surprised he's on this list as well.
Let's get some more 2020 route runners, beginning with Grandpa717. The youngest elite player in history and elite Axis damaging talent from 2018 to 2021. Cooper was one of the most versatile Wrath players for an entire generation and certainly goes down as one of the most talented raiders of all time. A regular in his Wrath teams and one of the best Warlocks in the game, Eonix was an easy addition for this list. Eonix has held more than 10 world records, the vast majority of which from Wrath of the Machine, and a handful coming alongside Ben Topi. Ben is a 2-time record holder, elite Axis damager, and a phenomenal Warlock Titan combo. He is also one of the most underrated Kingsfall players and is now one of the 100 greatest raiders of all time. All in all, we will begin these three with you.
Grandpa and me go back a long way. Back in 2018-19, we would come home after school and stay up all night on the game, skating around the Cosmodrome for zero reason or purpose. And those were some of my best memories. But as far as Wrath goes, this dude did so much for the raid. Fucking the skip after Siege was named after him for a long time, even though he didn't find it, just because people thought he was good. And
wait, Grandpa Skip wasn't made by Grandpa?
It was. I think it might have actually been some sort of self-aware joke. I'm not really
my
positive, but that shit was not. I'm pretty sure PS4's found that, but like what he did find, like me and him were both there when we found 4-2, found Gorgon Skip, and all kinds of shit. We mapped the goddamn patrol load zones basically. When he played, he was one of the most interesting dudes to talk to and one of the best.
Zoomer, what do you want to add on for Grandpa?
So, Grandpa, man, big old Coop Watt, the big Coop. Fucking, when I first met Grandpa, I don't know, I was nervous. He had me shaking in my boots. But, I guess I warmed up to him and he warmed up to me. When I first met him, he was reluctant about running with me because he's never heard it. He never heard about me before then. I was just a budget that they got. And honestly, rightly so, I was just a nobody. But he was the best initial I've ever ran with. Second only to Boki, actually. But he was a very good player. He could do all the roles perfectly. But he was humble as well. So he only stuck to his initial. He only did what nobody else wanted to do. He's a nice person, a very good player at Wrath. And again, another pioneer, just like Axis Bacon them. Big old Coopwat.
Mice?
Grandpa is a very good Wrath player. That guy was my first impression of Grandpa. I don't know if this is true or not, but because there was a lot of rumors about him back in the day.
There were.
Yeah. Somebody told me that like he would take Adderall before running. So his skates were crazy. I don't know how true that is or not, but
I'm gonna take the under on that one because I remember from Atomic saying that when he was 13, he was a 17 CPS skater. Unless he was doing Adderall back then, but I don't think so. I think he just is that fast.
Yeah, maybe that was like a joke between the Destiny community, but it was funny. Like the rumors about him, One High Chance would always make rumors about him, like how he went to jail and stuff. He never went to jail. Grandpa, he came back, got Wrath record first try, then dipped again. Like to be able to do that, it's a feat that not a lot of people can do. Be put on like initial or something, and we get it literally first try, and then we try to run it back, and he'd be like, "Nah, get Boki." And we're like, all right. But he's a really cool guy. I talked with him for a little bit. Really, really cool guy. Very, very good. There's not one time where I've seen him fuck up. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm gonna actually like back that up. Yeah, I haven't played with him nearly as much because I was never in Wrath record runs. But like times that I would do, you know, those 2020 budgets with Bosch and Grandpa and Danger, Grandpa like. I don't think I've ever seen him mess up, and he would be doing all over the place, you know, initial, mid, double right, occasionally. I did 4-2 with him once, and oh my god, he has that optimized too.
Yeah.
It is not easy watching him go that far ahead of you. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Eonix, he was my first impression of Wrath Warlock. I kind of would watch him on his videos, and I'd be like, so that's what you're supposed to do? Like, all of my reference videos were him doing Warlock. Me and him never talked or played together, but, I mean, the only thing I can really say on him is that, like, he was good enough for me to look up to him when it came to Warlock. I know he was a pretty good Titan player too, but as a personal opinion, I think he was one of the best Warlocks when it came to Wrath, for sure.
Yeah, I'll back your narrative up there, Mice, about how Eonix is like this all-time great Warlock, which I think he is. I think, you know, if there's any Warlocks better than him, it's certainly a single-digit number. Watching him, he had so many of these fundamentals. He was never the star of his team because he's a much more reserved person, especially, you know, because he was running a lot with Grandpa when they would do that. And then, when, you know, the next person we're going to talk about had a couple runs with him. But I think, yeah, fantastic overall player. Could have conceivably gone well-rounded, but far too many of his records are in Wrath to just not call him an all-time Wrath legend and leave it at that. But then we have, the last person we have here, Ben Topi, one of my favorite human beings ever. I have so much respect for this guy. I've watched him play for a very long time before he got into record speedrunning, after he's, stopped doing raids altogether pretty much. And I think he's an underrated King's Fall player. But it's like watching his skating routes are just like so much better than everyone else's. Like if he were to join an NMG Wrath team, like he's going to be the ace of the team without question, because his transitions without breaching are just so much better than everyone else's that I've ever seen. In I have 1,000 Wrath clears, and I know clears isn't everything, but you see a lot of Wrath gameplay in that time, and his is some of the best. Very happy to see that he's made top 100. Usma was one of the main Warlock guys at the turn of the decade. Held multiple world records with the route runners of his day, and we induct him alongside Reaver 7755. Reaver optimized many of the breach routes we still use today, most of which from Wrath and Crota. Reaver is a multiple-time record holder, achieving the first sub-15 Wrath of the Machine, and discovered the modern part glitch techniques we use today.
Uzma got his start actually in year 1 running Crota solo, and he came full circle and joined us for the sub 8 and runs preceding that. And he also ran with us briefly on 360. So pretty fucking fire at Crota's end. Reaver, founder of the part glitch. That was a fucking historic event. He was known for going into Xbox parties and using a botnet or whatever to just kick every single person out of the party for zero reason and then leaving. That was pretty cool of him. I jest, but like he actually did some pretty interesting shit. Like, okay, this isn't in D1, but in D2, at one point he was doing like hacked speedruns. Those were pretty funny. I don't know, cool dude.
Anything else on Reaver or?
Not really. From when he started playing, when he stopped, he was just racking up those Wrath records. Knew a lot of good people.
We've discussed the route runners, so let's talk about two of the best Goon Squad runners to date, and we can begin with Corey. Corey is one of the best Axis damagers to ever play the game, top scoring in any lobby he wants to, and displays a versatile King's Fall resume with the current 1929 record. He is a top 100 raider of all time, and so is Atromix. Atromix, however you know him, ran with both Fellwinter and the Brits at the start of the decade, running every raid in the game. These are two elite players that I'd like to start some discussion on. Corey and I actually go way back, and he has been an Axis Phase 2 legend from day one. Corey, his friend Audibly, and myself used to do 390 Axis challenge carries way back when we both started out. I had been doing budgets and making a name for myself for a few months at this point, and for whatever reason, I just could not outdamage him. I couldn't figure out, and then he would stream his gameplay, and then I'd see, yeah, this guy has everything down. The sequencing, the positioning, the routes, the thermite placement, every aspect to the Axis Perfection Complex, he has it down. Zoomer, how about you on Corey?
There's a lot I could say. Fuck it, I'll just say it. Corey, I made that kid. Let it be fucking known here, I made that kid, okay? I picked him up from budgets. Hey, no ego. Okay, I'm just being completely transparent here. I picked him up from budgets, little twerp, just like Boki. Okay? I put him on the pink. I taught him the strats. And honestly, he just became a god. I guess he was... Alright, whoa. He was not a god, okay? Let me just backtrack on that. Hey, he became something close to what I am. He got good on the pink. Then when everybody else started to get burnt out from the game, he took up the reins. I respect that. I respect him for that. He did what nobody else wanted to do. He hopped on the right. He hopped on whatever he needed to do. He learned, and he just sort of became a good player. Honestly, I'd call him one of the best current players playing right now. And I respect him for his beginnings and working his way all the way up here through all the hardship. Honestly, an overall very good Wrath player, one of the best Wrath players existing right now.
Corey, oh shit, okay, yeah, Corey's my boy. Corey is my favorite person of all time. Like I said, I'll go to the grave with him being best upper right. There was not a single role besides maybe Warlock that he couldn't do. He knew Wrath like the back of his hand. Me and Corey would always fight over who's a better double right, and I would just kind of press him over it because I know he would get annoyed. But I knew for a fact that he was way above me when it came to double right. Nobody came close to him. I mean, yeah, he taught me everything I know about box. He taught me everything I know about, like, outside. He's the best outside player without a doubt. Very, very good right combo. Very, very good left combo. Pretty good initial, decent at initial, good enough to run it on record. I would never run a Wrath record, like, seriously without him, for sure. I mean, yeah, Corey, overall, he's a pretty good player. He just started picking up King's Fall recently. I mean, he's very, very good at that. If he wanted to do something in any of the raids, he probably could. It's just he doesn't really give a fuck.
He
He's
just
also
likes
been
Wrath
playing
more.
Yeah, that too. And he's been playing for a long time as well, so. And Tromix, he was a big inspiration for me. He came back recently, or not recently, but he came back a little bit ago. And me and him got to be good friends, and then he kind of had this COD complex, but I'm not going to go into that very much. But I mean, he was a decent player. I mean, he messed up here and there, but I mean, he was a decent Wrath player. I know in his prime he was very good. I mean, yeah, that's really all I can say about him. Very good mission runner too.
Atromix has a pretty unique thing to him, and that is that his way of going about doing the glitches and general movement is without question the easiest way to teach and replicate. Way back when I was trying to get into speedrunning, I'm trying to do the 4-2 route myself, and the reference points that he used were way easier for me to get a handle on than anything else. And to this day, 4-2 breaches, part glitch, so many other little Wrath details I use are made by him. Zoomer, what about you on Atromix?
Oh yeah, Atromix as well. Atromix, I haven't played with him recently, but I wouldn't be surprised if he became one of the best. What was holding him back the most was his lag. He had the fundamentals down. He could do Axis. He was one of the best Axis damagers in the world at the time. He could do the raid, just that his ego held him back and his lag kind of made it so that we couldn't run the raid with him. But yeah, overall good player. I'm not surprised he's on this list as well.
V Synergy was voted in to be a Wrath player, and for good reason. Synergy is a 3-time record holder in Wrath of the Machine, and no PlayStation Wrath team with record aspirations is complete without him. The same could be said of his fellow runner, who is Frankie. Frankie is a 6-time record holder and considered one of, if not the best Wrath player in today's game. Just like Synergy, Frankie registers in as an irreplaceable part in PlayStation Wrath records. Joining these two is Matt Reese Gaming. Matt is a 3-time world record holder and was another part of the legendary 1331 Wrath record. His part in the top 100 wasn't a question. Let's go to you first, Mice.
Frankie and Matt are like best buds. Frankie, I'd say he's top 5 best Wrath players. A lot of people say he's top 1. I don't know how true that is. I mean, he was good, but he was never, fast at anything. His boxes were kind of unreliable. Very cool guy, very good at the raid for sure, without a doubt. It's just, he would do everything consistent enough. I mean, he's had for a long time he had all the sub 14s until Xbox kind of like picked it up again. But I mean, he was just an insane player for sure at Wrath. Matt's a funny fucking guy. I love Matt. He's a really good Warlock player. He's a really good Tine player as well. But he just kind of didn't really care enough, and he just kind of hung out. And he would always make these like witty comments whenever we'd run, and he would just like keep the vibes up. Really cool guy. I'd say he's probably the best. Actually, I'd say he's probably the second best PlayStation Warlock player.
And then I think when it comes to synergy, I've seen a couple of record POVs. I'm sure one of them I've decided to put on screen at the time, and it's there. He has some pleasing gameplay. It's like, I know his transitions, those can be like really aesthetically good. He's never looked like he has the fastest of things like bottom skate and stuff like that, but I think in terms of like general Wrath ability and like total body of work that you can do within a Wrath speedrun, I think synergy is like, you know, actually pretty high up there in terms of like all-time Wrath greats. No surprise he's here. Very glad to see these three PlayStation guys in. Owner of a 1 hour 6 minute time and 650 Wrath clears, MK1 is on this list. A 3-time raid record holder and the first person to monopolize low man axis kill challenges. Though he is mostly remembered by his accolades in history and mission speedruns, MK is also one of the greatest raiders of all time. The all-time leader in full Wrath clears, Sepia Cash 28754, is maybe the greatest Wrath player ever. A very talented solo player, Sepia is the first person to find a consistent setup for many modern techniques used in everyday Wrath completions, notably the first consistent diagonals axis phase 1 hit. A great guy, he is now one of the greatest raiders of all time.
MK, fucking whatever gamer tag he goes by now. I mostly know him for sitting in my parties while I'm running Wrath with the team. He sat in more parties than actually ran the raid, as I know of. But what he's most known for on Wrath is the stair slide. He did, I wouldn't say create, but he did discover that you could save a total of 7 seconds on that slide. A big discovery from him. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what made him be put on this fucking list.
What about you on Camhxmmer?
I ran with him for a little bit. I remember him being good at like Wrath speedruns, and then he went to mission runs. I didn't play with him during his prime, but he did come back and he was doing stair slide, and everyone was joking about him missing it, which was pretty funny. MK's a cool guy. He wasn't very like bad at really anything. He was just like decent. When I played with him, he was like decent at pretty much everything. And everybody was like, this isn't even his prime. Like in his prime, he was a very good Wrath player. So yeah.
And now the last player in our Wrath segment, Sepia Cash. Keep us going, Mice.
Sepia, me and him, we would just kind of, I was never really friends with him, but me and him would like run into each other on LFGs. Like I said, I was friends with Saucy, he and Sepia Cash and Sauce were like best buddies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they would always like clear farm, and I would help them like do 390 challenge carries, and you know, Sepia was just a cool guy to hang out with. Very good Axis player for sure. He would always outbake everybody. You know, phase 1 he was very good at. I mean, yeah, like just when it comes to Axis, that guy definitely has it down for sure.
Some Guardians have found tremendous success teaming up with others to smash the fastest completions for raids, but some have taken raid challenges to the extreme and completing encounters in a fire team of 1. Let's initiate this section with the greatest solo player of all time, JP02. JP is also referred to as Vostok the Archpriest and has little question around his title of the solo GOAT. the only person to have soloed every possible encounter at the time of recording, JP was instrumental in developing strategies for completing the Vosik solo, as well as accomplishing a solo flawless wrath of his own. "19 world's first completions and nearly 100 solo challenges. No matter how you look at it, this guy is second to none."
First time I saw this guy, me and Kylo Brent had been trying to figure out a way to solo Siege Engine on Titan. We developed a strategy that we thought was going to work. We bring in Vosik, or JP, and he beats it in less than a week. We've been trying to do this for almost 2 years combined. He beats it in less than a week. The man's freaking legend.
That was a big talking point I heard with him across, the entire collection of information and the whole researching about the players. It was like, hey, what's this guy like? And the prevailing sentiment is everything he does faster than anybody who's ever done it. It takes people years to get into position to do a hard mode axis. This guy does it when he wakes up without breakfast. Like, he's just better than everyone.
This guy is the same guy who people had been trying to solo Atheon post Age of Triumph, and everyone thought it was impossible. He, quote, got bored and decided to do it, and did it 4 hours later.
That's unbelievable.
I can show you the text. Got bored and did it 4 hours later.
It's also, we've talked about, so the solo section is the last section we're doing in the top 100, and we've talked about people who are good at every raid, and all of the raid specialists, and who the greatest in each of those categories are. With Vogue, it's, Ishtar, Laggy, kshiflett, there's a lot of people. Robski and A4 Harry are, without question, a 1A, 1B in Crota. King's Falls, probably Taco, Wrath, Corey, Axis Bake, whoever. All of these people have competition at the top spot, but not in solos. Nobody comes close to JP, and nobody has a reputation of being even close to him in terms of skill, in terms of accomplishments, greatness, you name it, he is number one.
In sense of overall solos, yeah, there is no one who comes remotely close.
JP has been around for a long time. Even back when Axis Bake was kind of overshadowing him, he was still doing solos, but it's got to be one of the longest standing solo players. He's just always been there to slay the biggest boss by himself. I don't know.
He's a great example of, I would say, why Raid Report necessarily doesn't matter in the slightest.
Yeah.
Because if you've ever checked up what his account is on Raid Report, he's not Challenger speed rank. There's 200. It says there's 200 people. There's more. There's closer to 1,000 people in Challenger speed rank, and he is not one of them. Like that's just how good at solos he is. He doesn't really do even casual runs with random players. He just does solos, and he does them better than anybody else ever has. The best warlock of today's game, Jubwalker, is a top 100 raider. The only modern player to main Warlock across many of his solos. Jub is the only person to complete a start-to-finish Warlock Wrath solo. Jubwalker has completed over 25 unique solo challenges, and just to top it off, the 13:28 Vault of Glass world record speedrun.
I didn't speedrun with him a little bit, but I did talk to him. I've talked to him. He was one of those players that can just kind of do whatever he wanted on demand. If he wanted to do a solo Vosik, he could. I mean, he was good enough to get VOG record, so overall, he's a good player. He knows the right people. I mean, he made his debut on solos, so I'd say he's definitely one of the best solo players for sure.
Wall, anything to add on Jubwalker?
Pretty cool that he was into the solo community as it was forming. The last wave really was Jubwalker's wave. It's pretty cool to see people capitalize on all the knowledge that people have developed over the years, and come in and just fuck the game up. It's Dark Souls or some shit. When I see these solo discords, Destiny feels like a Dark Souls game, literally.
That makes sense. He makes it more difficult for himself as well, because Jubwalker does everything on Warlock pretty much exclusively. Titan is 99, I would say, percent of top tier raiders main Titan, just because of like it's so much better than every other class. It's not even close. But he's made the top 100 mostly
Warlock,
based on
though.
Warlock accomplishments.
With Titan, there's always like the chance to get slightly better movement or like get a better boost because there's so many complicated ways to move. But with Warlock, you have to like be extremely consistent at the basics, which is what really makes you good. So
Yeah, like just like when you hop on top of Siege Engine, like people who'd only have done Siege Engine solos or got on top for the first round, like it's so much easier on Titan that we take for granted. Just like, you know, when you're doing these solo flawless Wrath attempts and you get a run past Vosik, which very rarely happens, and now all of a sudden you have to do one of the most difficult movement things, and that's one attempt to get on top of Siege Engine without, you know, Titan lift.
getting on top of the engine is genuinely fucking hard on Warlock.
The original greatest solo player of all time and the first to do many great solo challenges, Esoteric won. The former all-time leader in total solo encounters completed and the largest collection of solo challenges. .390 solo flawless Crota, Axis solo all the way back in 2016, and the world's first 310 Auric solo, Esoteric is without question a solo rating legend.
First time I saw this guy, he was solo flawlessing Crota, and at the time, the only way I knew of was to do the self-res Warlock strat. This man's sword blocking on the bridge, with the bridge falling apart behind him. It's like, oh, that looks easy, I'm gonna give it a try. 2 weeks. 5 hours a day, I couldn't get it a single time. I'm like, how in the world is this man this good? Good grief. Every single challenge that has been done, even if, I'm just going to say the D word, Destiny 2, D1 or D2, if something is possible, he has done it. Like, look at, what's the non-boss encounter in Deepstone Crypt? Descent. That's one of the hardest solos. He's done it. Solo Atheon in the grenades, the first grenade strat, one of the hardest solos. He's done it. Yeah, he rarely was the first, but if it's possible, he's done it.
That guy, Esoteric, pretty much like, in my opinion, he made solos what they are now. Guy would optimize every solo. I've never played with him or talked to him. I've seen his videos of what other people have told me about him. He made a lot of the current solo strats. I mean, I don't know, he is just crazy at the video game for sure. Turned to Destiny 2 and was even better at that game. Like, as just an overall very good player in general across all video games.
Another early era solo player and someone who I am extremely excited to talk about, the Jew himself. Jew spent a great deal of his playing career in the pre-D2 days, and in that time completed all of the possible boss challenges pretty much as soon as anyone could. Joining him is Textbook 1987. Another early solo player, Textbook was a pioneer in the early development strats across all 4 raids, and was one of the earliest Oryx clears. Next is Dom Legends. Dom is in the running for the title of the best Axis damager, demonstrated by his consecutive Arc subclass solos, world's first No Prime 2-phase, and constant recognition as the greatest Axis solo player of all time.
I'm gonna chunk them together.
Okay, go for it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Because they were all pretty similar influences. They all did solo shit. Dom did missions. Drew himself
did a lot of solo encounters and duo encounters and stuff. And Textbook did a lot of stuff with orcs, but people who were just some of the first people to hold the torch, you know what I mean, and pass it off.
Yeah, if you go to a raid report and look at when Jew himself got all his solo tags, it was the year the raid came out. He has year 1 Crota and Vogue, year 2 Oryx, and year 3 Axis solos. Like, as soon as strats were conceived for just how to get it done, he figured it out and he accomplished it. And that it's so much harder to contextualize, 9 years into the game, what a Crota solo was back then, because of, you're 400 light now. We have much more understanding of the game, and Crota solo is basically a free thing to do that every player should have at some point in time. When this guy did it, that was considered impossible, because it took a fire team of 6 people 4 hours to get Crota done. So how was one person going to do it? And he just every time a new raid came out, he was the one who's going to solo everything that he could. Vertical, keep us going.
This man looks like he saw the list of possible challenges in D1 and took it as a challenge unto himself. Go to his YouTube and there's 2-man this, 3-man that, 2-man this, solo that, 2-man this, 2-man that, 3-man that. He's done freaking everything. What on earth has he not done?
He did everything, and he did it so early too. One of the things he said was a 3-orb 2-man Golgoroth, and this is with 335 spindles. He was one person during the voting process that I was like, oh man, I people might not know him because he's played too long ago, but he's absolutely deserving of that, and I really hope he gets in because I really want to talk about him.
Yeah, 100%. It's everything on his history is just, I'm going to do this, but then I'm going to do 7 variations of it. Oh, I'm going to beat Axis? Great. Got that one done. Now I'm going to beat Axis 4-man 1 phase. Then I'm going to beat Axis no gun 3-man. I'm like, wait, who comes up with it? Who wants to subject themselves? And then he does it 3rd try. Okay. Go you. And
then he does Blade Dancer, and then again, all of these things. Look at the dates of when this happened. 2018, 2017. People,
it's a month after
being 400 light was not normal back then.
It's just people who enjoy pain and then create ways to make their own. Textbook, that guy blows me away. Every time I go back and look at his old videos and everything, it's how many strategies did he develop? How many strategies hey, let's try this out. Hey, let's do this. And it's I don't know. I was not playing at the time this was going on, but every time I go back and look at just the old players, the OG content creators, it's just, oh, this guy did everything.
And wrap it up with Dom Legends.
Dom blows me away every time that I look up his videos, every time I scroll through our DMs and look at his accomplishments. I've tried to do solo Axis, and I thought I was pretty good to get to 1 damage phase. And then I go and look at literally the best Axis player of all time. It's oh yeah, never mind, I suck at this game. This is what an actual gamer looks like. Definitely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the best Axis player.
Mice, I know that's something you share as well.
Without a doubt, best damage. I mean, he has damage record on pretty much all the ports. I've talked to him a little bit. He's very humble. Axis he has Axis fucking on a leash for sure. Whenever Dom enters the raid, Axis gets Axis senses spiritual pressure or some shit. I don't even know. But motherfucker, that guy's scary when it comes to Axis.
One of my best friends and grandest guys in the game, it is Clawifii. Claw has held the title of the Oryx solo goat longer than anyone else, and the only player to complete the Age of Triumph Atheon solo multiple times. Claw is one of a few owners to have 3 hard mode solo tags and has done so with multiple challenges. A unanimous addition to the top 100 greatest raiders. I want to start us off here. Besides being one of the greatest raiders, he is also one of the greatest guys in the game's history. Clawifii initially asked to be removed from this ballot and instead showcase other talented solo players, but even I couldn't let that slide. A person with his reputation and accolades just cannot go without this recognition, and I am very happy that this is an opinion shared by many. He's the only person who considers Age of Triumph Atheon as a repeatable solo challenge, soloed hard mode axes, and is at worst the second best Oryx solo player of all time. I really love this guy. He's without question one of the greatest raiders of all time.
Claw is something else. One of those rare players to where you feel comforted every time that he's teaching you something. When I did my first solo Oryx, he was in my stream constantly sending messages, 10 a second, trying to boost me up, trying to make me feel better about whenever I made mistakes, trying to change my game around a little bit, change my loadout around a little bit. And when I finally beat it, felt like $1 million. Then I went to his channel and looked at the fact that he's done pretty much everything in Oryx. So yeah, sweetheart of a guy and one of the best Oryx players alive.
A PlayStation duo we need to discuss. Let's start on Overwall. Overwall is responsible for over 70% of the confirmed Vasa kills at over 20, yes, 20 kills. The third ever completion of the solo flawless Wrath challenge, and the first to do so in under 60 minutes. The master of all, Slews, is one of the greatest raiders of all time. This guy is the all-time leader in solo server tags at over 100 and can do just about everything. 8 TP Axis on Warlock, Siege Engine on Warlock Blinks, several 390 Crota and VOG challenges, and why not Age of Triumph Atheon. Vertical, let's go.
Overwall. Let me tell you, that guy has done something in Destiny that not many people can in the last, I'd say, 4 years. He got Destiny 1 on Twitch freaking hyped.
Yes.
When he was doing his solo flawless Wrath, whenever he got past Vosic, his chat was going ballistic.
There was over 100 people on some other streamer that was not, coming back to D2 after having an established fan base like Sweatskull would occasionally do that. No, this guy, he's just a pure D1 player for life and was blowing up the entire servers.
It was honestly a thing of beauty, let alone the fact that he did it faster than Axespake or JP. He made Destiny hype, which honestly nowadays very, very rare. Freaking legend.
Overall's a cool guy. When he first started playing, I didn't really like him because I was kind of jealous of him, I'm gonna be honest. I was trying to do shit and then he would come in and then do it first try and it'd be like, this fucking guy. But as I got to know him and I got to play with him better, he's a really cool guy. Very, very good solo player. He's really good friends with Taco. Taco taught him a lot of speedrunning stuff.
Anything on Slews?
Everything on Slews, if we're going to be honest here. Man has done more than, I dare say, I haven't done all the research on this, but dare say, I think he's done more than JP or more than Esoteric. He's done literally everything. You want to have a Crota god? We got him. You want an Axis god? We got him. Solo Siege Engine? Hey, listen, legend.
One of the best hard mode challenge players of the game today, Cameron JP123, is a top 100 raider. Cameron has completed a Warlock Vosic solo and has been able to do many of his solo challenges on Hunter and Warlock. Echo was a former mission runner before arguably becoming the best solo player at the start of 2021. Echo has recorded a solo hard mode Axis, the former record for lowest Oryx Hunter rounds, and a 2-man 1-phase Axis. Vertical, let's start with you for these two.
Cameron was one of the first people that I met. When I got into quote unquote the Destiny challenge scene, Cameron's one of the first people I talked to, and he helps with everything. He's such a good knowledge base, and it's oh, this guy knows Destiny pretty well. Cool. And then you go check him out, and it's like, never mind, he don't know Destiny at all. He knows Oryx better than anyone. Holy crap. The man does not leave Kingsfall. Every single version of Oryx, or Oryx left-handed with your toe on Titan with Hunter on your, every single version of Oryx, he's done. The man's a legend for Kingsfall.
Anything for Echo?
He is a Oryx and Axis boy. Loves Wrath of the Machine, speedrunning, but Oryx variation challenges looks like something that he is, quite fond of, I should say.
99 down, 1 to go, and that final spot goes to Wiki Picky. Wiki is the only player to have completed every hard mode final boss back to back to back. He was also the first Voidwalker Oryx solo, the first Warlock hard mode Axis 1 completion, and the first 4-round 7-bomb hard mode Axis. Let's start with Wiki Picky here.
Wiki Picky is an interesting story because Mojo Jojo DDSTU3 is a name that a lot of people in the community remember from a certain year.
Very well. Very well.
A menace to society, known to boot LFGs and shit. Like, he was just that guy. He was the bad kid on the block on Destiny, and Wiki Picky was his right-hand man. And they would farm clears and shit together. So when Wiki first started soloing, I thought it was actually a little bit silly. But it was kind of interesting to see that ego and nonsense turn into him actually forming accomplishments and me being forced to be like, oh shit, he's actually good. Well, damn. Yeah, so I guess pride can take you places. That's what you can learn from Wiki Picky. Needless pride is just fucking saying that you're the best and then sticking to it no matter what can work sometimes, I guess.
Wiki was the first solo player I've ever talked to. He was a cool guy. I talked to him when he was making Target. Wiki, he was good at solos. He kind of like, you could tell that he knew he was good at solos. But I mean, he had the skill to back it up for sure. He was just a very good player in general. He was a little weird, but I mean, very good Kingsfall player, very good Wrath player, would solo pretty much anything he wanted to.
Vertical, want to wrap it up?
If you ever want to see someone in Destiny that just knows what they're doing, like if you look at someone who's decent at the game, they look kind of scared when they play, even if they do something really good. Watching Wiki, it's someone who knows every mechanic of the game inside and out. The man could solo a raid boss in his sleep. He knows everything so flawlessly. It's literally just beautiful.
13 million players across the world. Of that population, 4.7 million players completed a raid, and just 100 of those raiders have been called some of the greatest of all time. It's no small task to summarize the history and evolution of raids at every level into just 100 of its players, and I hope this video has done just that. I am Surmia78, myself, alongside co-hosts Allinwell and the God of Mice. I'd like to thank the committee of 18 voters, 25 categorizers, 35 total contributors, 7 guests, 100 legends, and everyone watching this massive production now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Atromix, I fucking hate this guy. Hey, fuck the Brits, fuck Zedrear, fuck Atromix, fuck MK and Half, fuck them all. They're my ops. But beef aside, when I put, he was dog shit. Yo, this kid was horrible. He should have stuck to fucking Warmind or whatever mission he was running. He is horrible at Wrath. Or at least when I was playing with him, he was terrible. And he was laggy as well. So that's just like 2 red flags right there.